Chris, yeah, you're done with your chat.
I'm done with the chat.
It's on. It's
I'll
on.
continue the chat afterwards.
Yeah, you scheduled the chat afterwards. That's good. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Devopsdays Eindhoven 2022. Finally, we're here in person. We wanted to do this since 2020, or planning started 2019, but we're finally here.
Woo.
And so are you early morning, despite all the strikes and, like everybody getting sick and that kind of stuff. Who got sick? Nobody got sick, right? No.
No.
We're all good. We're all good. So, hi everyone. Who are we on stage in front of you? Chris, do you want to introduce yourself?
I'm Chris. I'm sorry for all the things DevOps. About a decade and a half ago, I had a crazy idea to start a small conference together with Patrick Dubois, and this is us again 14 years later in Eindhoven, so let's see what brings the weekend.
Awesome. My name is Floor. We're both part of the organizing team for Devopsdays Eindhoven. You won't only be seeing us on stage today, except for the speakers. We have a whole host of MCs because everybody wanted to try out and do MCing one time. So you'll be seeing more of us, but also more of other organizers. Chris, you had a story for us.
Yeah, actually, when we started organizing this and when I started realizing that we were going to be on the high-tech campus in Eindhoven, I realized it was about 14 years since I last was here. And the last time I was here is actually part of how DevOps got started, or at least how a bunch of the ideas that eventually made it into the movement got started. So I'm going to try to keep this short, but back then I was working as senior Linux engineer in a telco equipment manufacturing company, and I was basically building a platform that we needed to deploy a couple of hundred of times. And it was a Belgium-based company, and through acquisition they actually acquired a small team of engineers, really top-notch guys, who originally were in Best, which is a bit north of here. Then they moved across the border to Turnhout, and eventually they got an office here in the Beta building. And it was really a bunch of people who were building a for-purpose dedicated Linux distro on their own island. And we were already working as a team with the people that were using the platform, running the platform, and we were basically a cross-functional team, working kind of in a Kanban style, but they were completely isolated, building something in an island. And we had frequent meetings, like every quarter, and then we went to them and like, well, you really shouldn't be re-engineering Bash and putting logging in there. It's fine as it is. Or we know that Leonard is still working on Pulse Audio, so system D is internet, but don't try to fix that. And they spent about 5 to 6 man-years trying to build the ultimate Linux distribution they could manage remotely. And then they had to deploy it.
Suspenseful pause.
So my last action here on this campus was pulling out all the machines from the rack because they got shut down. They didn't talk to their users. We called them the Department of Over-Engineering. But what we learned from that is that if you build something in isolation, or if you just build a platform and don't talk to your users and don't talk to the people who actually build the platform and use it, you're not going to end up very far. The really sad part is that I rebuilt our complete platform in 4 weeks, and that we went live in production pretty much the week after I unracked all the machines here. So the lesson basically there, and what we learned from all of that, is build cross-functional teams, seat them together, don't put them in another country, or at least seat them together frequently. And these, if you look at the original slides from ages ago when we started talking about DevOps, it's all in there. So there's a bit of lesson that people on this campus should have known. So do you still know those lessons?
Awesome. All right. A little bit of housekeeping. There is a...
Wireless.
Yeah.
Don't abuse it. Don't run your peer-to-peer thingies here. It's to basically stay online. Tweet.
Yeah. It's also unprotected, so, YOLO.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. There's some, for the ones that brought your Ethernet cables, you can use that too in your chairs, so that's kind of cool. You can do a LAN party.
there's a live stream. Do not watch it because the wireless. Send it to your peers at home. Send it to your friends in the office. But we'll be live streaming this. That also means if you have weird ideas to start shouting things, people remote will hear you.
Don't encourage them. Don't encourage them.
Okay. I typically don't do that. I'm a Belgian guy. Maybe the Dutch do that. But
Okay.
there's a Twitter hashtag. There's a Twitter account. Follow us. Mention us.
For funds. Yeah. There's also a code of conduct team. I'm part of the code of conduct team. Hi, Floor. We have another one sitting here, Jos. I don't know if Suzanne is already in the room, but that's one part of our code of conduct team as well. We're dedicated to providing a harassment-free, like a safe space for everyone to connect and to learn. So if you see anything, if you have any concerns regarding the code of conduct or people's behavior, please come up to any of the people that wear a conference shirt, as displayed. Or one of the code of conduct team members. We also have rainbow heart badges if you have trouble identifying us otherwise. And we'll take your concern incredibly serious and help you towards mitigating the situation. What happens at Devopsdays?
Stays at Devopsdays.
It's being streamed, that's true. Yeah, so it doesn't entirely stay in this room.
That was basically
you
telling me that I need to talk about the schedule, which you can find on this link, but you can also scan your badge and then you have a quick link to it. As usual, Devopsdays in the mornings, it's sessions like here, where you're going to sit and listen and think about ideas for the open spaces this afternoon. We're going to have, after lunch, a couple of ignites. There's actually some people still sending in more slides, so we might even have more. And then we will basically roam the whole building for open spaces. And tomorrow we're going to do exactly the same. I'll talk more about open spaces this afternoon, but if you have ideas from a talk, if you have problems you need to be solved, like write them down somewhere already and they'll come in handy later.
Yeah, so if you've seen a talk and you don't have a question but more of a comment, save that for the open spaces, please. Then when we're talking about questions, if you have any questions for one of our speakers, please use Slido. You can scan the QR code or go to slido.com and use this code. We'll show it up on the screen a couple times more during the day. We just didn't want to pass a mic around and have everyone on it. I know.
So there was something, oh! I thought she didn't want me to talk about the party, but there is a party.
I totally want you to talk about a party.
There is a party. It's, where are we? Somewhere really close there. 20 meters. Go outside and then inside, not through the wall. Don't party too hard. Tomorrow morning we start at 9:15 again. But then again, it's Dutch beer, so yeah.
But I don't know. But party a little though. We have
that's Jeroen, the loudest one.
We'll have a bingo and we have wonderful prizes to win. Some of them are displayed over here. We have a beautiful unicorn onesie that you definitely want to win. We have some dinosaur shoes, house shoes, things that you can win as well. So the bingo is going to be fun. We'll have some board games. We'll have some karaoke. So it should be good. We have a mandatory venue slide. You've been here. Hopefully you've seen where the toilets are. We have our gold sponsors are situated on this floor, a little bit towards that. Like there's a separate room for the gold sponsors and then the silver sponsors, and the open spaces rooms are upstairs, just on the first floor. Yeah, we talked about the social event. Of course, this event wouldn't be possible without our sponsors, so let us go to the sponsor slides real quick. Our social event sponsor is Palo Alto Networks. Our beverage sponsor is Contrast Security. Save your claps for the end, please. Gold sponsors are CGK, can't pronounce it, Cloud Legends by Kabisa, Sort to Connect, Ministerie van Defensie, Stormforge, and Sysdig. Our lunch sponsor is Humanity. Lanyard sponsor is Philips. Silver sponsors are Cloud Shapers, Cumina, CISO Group, Microsoft, and SendCloud. And our bronze sponsors are...
Oh, do I need to do them? Ollie, Syncromind, Stream, SIG, Software Improvement Group, OGD,
Utility.
IC. And the lower one, sorry.
Utility.
Utility, okay.
Wonderful. Maybe we should have practiced the whole sponsor.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So there's a raffle, and if you go and find all of the sponsors, there's sheets somewhere that will allow you to get a stamp from all the sponsors, and when we close tomorrow, people who have handed in a fully stamped sheet can actually win something. But you have to be here. And you have to see, I think, 12 sponsors, or what's the 12 sponsors? So the sheets are at check-in.
Prices are over there.
The sponsors have stamps, and if you manage to get all 12 of them, you might win something.
Yay! All right, big shout out to the team that made all of this possible as well. We have the 3J's on top for the Dutch people, and then the rest of the organizers and our volunteers. I'd love a big round of applause for everyone who made this possible. That's it. We're at time to go to our first keynote. Fabian, I would love for you to join me here on stage. Chris, can you take my laptop? Yeah. Can you take this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome. Will you sit up?
Yes. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm mic'd up. That's good.
So Fabian is an award-winning. He wrote this, so I'm just
I should have changed it. I should have changed it.
Award-winning senior technologist with more than a decade of experience in technology and nearly 2 decades in the finance industry. He's worked as a project manager, business analyst, application manager, and software developer. Suffice to know that he knows DevOps as much as that DevOps is much more than a collection of tools, as we all know, predominantly about people and cultural change. And I believe you have a couple of anecdotes to share with us today.
Yes.
Awesome. So without further ado, please give it up for Fabian.
Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm super excited to be here. I love the lineup, very much looking forward to 2 days of conversations with all of you. As mentioned, this is a culture talk. I'm not saying tools don't matter, right? I'm just saying they go hand in hand. And just to kick off this conference, a more lightweight culture talk. And I'm going to share with you the anecdotes I tell my team, the people in my organization. And I do this to drive the culture, to see certain behaviors that I believe are key ingredients of a successful DevOps environment in a company. You already heard my introduction. I'm Fabian Bashan, engineering manager. Yes, and we deploy every other day. It's a trading system at the moment. I used to build online banking systems, at the moment trading systems for JP Morgan in London. We are around 1% of global markets, $15 billion daily on average that we trade. So lots of experience in shipping large-scale systems. So how does actually this presentation is going to work? Whenever you see this slide, it's basically I'm throwing a catchphrase at you. Why am I doing this? I think catchphrases are super powerful. As an example, if my child watches Pinocchio, Pinocchio gives a message. And one of the key messages is like a 90-minute movie, and the key message is, don't lie. If you lie, your nose will grow, right? And we all know this story. The good thing is, whenever we are in a situation, I just need to tip my nose, and my son knows, lying is bad. And I can reuse this all the time. Whenever we are in a situation, or he finds himself in a situation, I just do this, and he knows exactly what kind of behavior in our family, in our neighborhood, in our community, we expect to be good and what we think is bad. And this is how I use catchphrases. I tell my people a story, and then later I can't always repeat the story and have another 15, 20 minutes in every meeting or every stand-up. But what I can do is I can use the catchphrase to reference the story we already discussed to see a certain behavior. So whenever you see that slide, I throw a catchphrase at you that I use in my team. I'm not saying these are the only catchphrases you should use, and I would actually love to hear afterwards your catchphrases, your anecdotes, and if you just find one of them useful for you, then I think already my talk was a success. So here we go. Let's start with a non-controversial one. Jose Mourinho, the best football coach that ever lived. Okay, you guys agree? Not? Shall we quickly do you agree? Hands up if you agree. One up there, okay. Louis van Gaal, who? Okay. So he was in an interview, Jose Mourinho, and they asked him, what do you teach Jose Mourinho? And what do you teach Cristiano Ronaldo, one of the best football players that ever played the game? And he was basically responding, I'm not teaching Cristiano Ronaldo how to take free kicks, right? He actually is not a chess master. He's not putting the players in the position, telling them exactly what to do in every minute. When the game starts, they move by themselves. He creates the environment. He's responsible for the environment. So he's more like a gardener, right? You can't go and plant a tomato and shout at the tomato, grow faster. It just doesn't work, right? But what you can do is you find the right spot in your garden where the carrots can grow, where the tomato can grow. So my catchphrase is, be a gardener, not a chess master, right? So this is for the engineering managers out there. Don't put in the Jira exactly what every single person needs to do and check in. Let them be self-organized, and it takes time, like growing a tomato, but this is how a successful, key ingredient for a successful DevOps culture. This gentleman here is Ray Dalio. He wrote a book, Principles. I recommend it, really good. And he is the founder of the most successful hedge fund ever, Bridgewater Associates. And if you would join his company and you would go into an interview, into a meeting, it would be I'm pretty sure different than what you guys experienced, because everyone would sit there with a little tablet, and while you have the meeting, you would rank how other people are performing in the meeting. So you would say like, Floor was very aggressive today, John, I just picked you, sorry. Tom just dismissed other opinions and was just repeating the same thing all the time. And not only do they do this, they also share all the information with everyone in the room, and everything that was discussed goes onto the public intranet, and everything is there. The only thing they don't make accessible to everyone is salaries or your medical records. Everything else is completely transparent for everyone. Why is he doing this? He's doing this because he wants to take out the ego, and he wants to make sure the best ideas win. And the best idea sometimes comes from the intern and sometimes from the head of the department, but everyone should have the chance to express themselves, and he was super successful in this. Catchphrase, no cone of silence. I have seen many times in big organizations that people say like, okay, let's take this offline, and when they take it offline, then somehow a lot of people are not in the room anymore when it's offline. Or they say like, okay, let's discuss this later. Okay, not everyone needs to know this. This is where I always throw at people, no cone of silence. If we want to have self-organized teams, they need to have the ability to make the right decisions. And they can only do the right decision if they have all the information and it's completely transparent. So again, key, especially for management, my advice is no cone of silence. All the info needs to go to the people who make the decisions, which are the engineers. This is, as you can see, unfortunately, this plane crashed down. The anecdote goes like this, that the Korea airline had a way higher crash rate, and unfortunately also with quite high fatality rate. And this was in the 90s. These days much better, so don't worry if you fly Korea Airlines anytime soon. So they did an analysis. Airplane, the same. Must be maintenance. Maintenance, the same. Training was the same. And they wondered, how is it possible that it's they crash way more. So they went a bit deeper and they found out it's the culture. So they had in the 90s still an old school culture where if you are the pilot and you are usually older, you are always right. If you are the co-pilot and you are younger, you are usually wrong, and the best thing is you should be quiet. So they had in a very extreme scenario a pilot who was clearly intoxicated, going into the cockpit, flying the airplane, then the alarm goes on for soon you're gonna crash. It took more than 10 minutes and their lives were at stake. And it took more than 10 minutes, the co-pilot, to say like, why do you ignore the alarm? Which unfortunately that scenario was too late. No cockpit culture. One thing that I look out for is pull requests. I go into pull requests, and if you have a developer just shouting at people, basically, change this, do this, and there is no actual conversation, why are they doing stuff? And it's always him or her or anything in between deciding this, then you have cockpit culture. Then you have someone who's holding on to the code, making all the decision and shutting everyone else down, and everyone else around it becomes what we call a code monkey. I guess you know those guys. This is Paul McCartney and George Harrison from the Beatles. I think it's the most successful band that we ever had. Hey Jude, does anyone, do you know this now? You want to sing it for us? Why not? Tonight, karaoke? Or shall we do right now? 1, 2, 3. Hey Jude, don't make it bad. Have a sad song and make it better. Okay, too early in the morning. Let's try again tonight. Let's try again tonight. I promise you I'm doing it. So where was I? So yeah, the Beatles. So how does it go? Hey Jude, they went to the studio. And Paul McCartney went in there and said like, hey, I have this amazing song, listen to it. George Harrison was like, I love it. And now where do we place the guitar? As we all know, there is no guitar solo in that song, right? And they had a massive argument, massive conversation. And at the end of the day, Paul McCartney said like, okay, I listened to all of you guys. I came up with the song, let's not have a guitar in there. Even though we usually always have a guitar in there. And I guess he was right because it's the most successful song that they wrote and one of the most successful songs ever. I call this Empower Your Engineers. So this is, how is this different from the cockpit culture? This is not Paul McCartney saying like, this is my song, I decide, everyone else shut up. This is, he knows the song, he knows the whole idea of the song. He looked at it holistically, but then reaches out to the band mates, gets their input, listens them out, and then comes with the right decision. And I think this is very, very different than cockpit culture. I think this is very powerful. So what we do is, I guess most of you have a microservice distributed system, very popular these days to build systems like this. And what we do is we have subject matter experts for certain areas of code, certain microservices, but you don't hold on to them like this, right? You encourage other people to commit. You want to actually share the knowledge and go out there and talk about the design and the principles behind it. And those people look at it holistically and also in the long run, making sure people don't do just little hacks, if else, somewhere in the system and make it a legacy system, right? Let's move on. Let's go to the military. As you can see, I mix it up with a lot of different, some are sports, military. This one is from the military. This fine gentleman is General Stanley Allen McChrystal, and he led the invasion into Iraq. As you can see on the flag behind, is from the US Army. And he wrote a fantastic book, by the way, Team of Teams. If you haven't read it, write it down, read it. I highly recommend it. And what he faced is Al-Qaeda, and the US was basically heavily losing. And one of the biggest problems they had this old school of command, like chess master style, as we said before, system, and he wanted to break it down. into basically agile teams. So when they had soldiers on the ground and they were, for example, following a key target on the Al-Qaeda side, they couldn't communicate with any other branch of the military. If they met another soldier on the ground, they couldn't talk to them because of secrecy levels. And if they needed to make a decision, let's say they met another target and they should follow that other target, for example, they needed to call the commander. The commander perhaps had to call someone in Washington, D.C. In Washington, D.C. it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and until they make the decision, the target's already left and the mission failed. So actually the soldier on the ground needs to be able to make the decision. To go back to Ray Dalio, no cons of silence. They gave all the information to the soldiers. They allowed them to interact with any other branch, right? If they met a CIA agent on the ground, you can exchange information. And also key was they are allowed to make the decisions, which also means they get it wrong. But them getting a situation wrong is less worse than them needing waiting and then no decision is made, or the decision is made too late and you're too late. So my catchphrase is, asking for forgiveness is cheaper than asking for permission. You're in a very fast-paced world. Empower your engineers to make the decisions and they inform you. I don't know, you join Scrum calls or whatever, squads calls or whatever model you run, and you overrule after the decision, right? And by the way, this system comes originally from the US Navy. This is actually the Navy used to operate. So on the ships, if something happens, the guys decide and let the captain know what they decided, and the captain after the fact jumps in, right? So if you have a lot of bureaucracy and you need to have tickets and approval and everything that's very bad, because it slows down your company, and most probably people will not make these decisions at all, or not in time, and the competition runs away from you. Let's go to comics. Dilbert, I guess most people know Dilbert. I love Dilbert. Perhaps, can you read it at the back, or I can read it out loud for you? Studies show it takes 10,000 hours of practice to be great at anything. I would think a willingness to practice the same thing for 10,000 hours is a mental disorder. That makes me feel better about my mediocrity. You are welcome, right? So the 10,000 K rule means whatever you do for 10,000 hours, you will be really good at it, right? With the right amount also of talent. And they did this with chess, with football, with tennis, and they could prove that basically even kids spend 10,000 hours, they're really good at it. So if you want your son to be the next, I don't know, Marco van Basten, get 10K hours in, and they must probably be decent at football. How does this translate to tech? I think it doesn't. What is different in sports? The game, the rule of the game didn't really change. Football is more or less the same as those people in West London decided to be the rules. Tennis still the same, chess basically still the same, tiny little tweaks, right? But if you practice, if your son or daughter practice free kicks and penalty kicks now, most probably in 10, 15 years, that's still a relevant skill. In tech, not so much. Sorry. Here you go. Speed is more important than time spent, is my catchphrase. Now people use this to commit very ugly code, saying like, why do you need unit tests? Hey, speed is more important than time spent. No, that's not what I'm saying. Quality still matters. What I'm saying here is, especially for bigger organizations, what I have seen is, oh, I need to have something to do with a database. Oh, don't touch this. You need to have a guy who spent at least 10,000 hours on database to do anything. Oh, I think there is a new messaging system on the market that I want to try out because it literally solves a problem in my business domain, in my context. We need to hire first a guy who has 10,000 hours experience in that technology, especially funny if the technology is out like 6 months. Yeah, a bit difficult to find that guy. And this is what I mean. So empower your engineers that they can actually use those technologies, play around with those technologies. Is it messaging, database, and so on. And even if they're not that experienced, take the risk because, as you all may know, it's a very fast-paced technology world out there. Let's move on to sports again. This time basketball. If you don't know those three gentlemen there, who do we have here? We have Dennis Rodman, Michael Jordan, called the GOAT, greatest of all time, and we got Scottie Pippen, and they became the best NBA franchise in history. They won basically everything, and still they have many records. And the story goes like this: Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan, they played together, they loved playing together. And one thing was, Michael Jordan wanted to have different players around and wanted to keep some that actually were traded away, so he got really frustrated how they do the hiring and selling. Even though he was basically the best player, they didn't listen to him. Then Dennis Rodman, a very flamboyant character, and had personal beef with Scottie Pippen. I think in a game once he punched him. So not the best hire if you on day one need to apologize to half of the team for previous offenses, but that's literally what they did. And everyone was thinking basically the Chicago Bulls are crazy hiring Dennis Rodman, especially he was traded away. He was in a team which he couldn't play anymore because he went partying and all that stuff that he did, right? But they hired him anyway. So let's put it this way: it wasn't really a cultural fit. It wasn't really a team fit. And many times when we hire, I see people have a very strong focus on those things. And especially in times of inclusiveness and diversity, we may have a bias there, right? What they did here is, I think, is a very prime example of they checked what is missing in this cross-functional team. We have very strong offense, but actually they lacked in defense. And Dennis Rodman is actually one of the best rebounders that ever played the game. And this was exactly missing. So they went for the skill and made sure they have this inclusive environment where a flamboyant character like Dennis Rodman can actually somehow fit in and be the best player that he can be, especially on the defense side. And they won basically everything that you can win in NBA. I call this hire smart. Whenever we hire, especially sometimes you have this super strong, let's say, Java dev, and he tries to hire more people like him or herself, and he's saying like, yeah, no, we already got the Java expertise. It's you, right? What else do we need in the team? Do we need people who know more about Grafana, monitoring, performance tuning? What ingredients are missing in the team? Let's look out and make sure we have a culture in our team where any kind of character, somehow we can bring them in and they can give us what they have. Who used to have an iPod? I guess most people. Who had exactly this model? It's the first one. Oh, wow. If you remember, you couldn't create a playlist, right? How can you not have an iPod with a playlist? So you literally needed to connect to iTunes, and then you need to download it. And why was that? And this wasn't because of the engineers. Because apparently, I mean, you know why. Who shut it down at Apple's, if anyone did any decision? Steve, exactly. So the developer actually wanted to create the interface to actually create playlists, and Steve was like, it's not going to happen. And they apparently had a huge argument at Apple. It's like, this is crazy. Of course they want to create playlists on the go, like we do all today with Spotify and who knows what else you use. And the reason is he zoomed out and looked on it as a product. As engineers, sometimes we see our epics and we have our Jiras, and we break down those problems in those tiny little Jiras and tasks, and then we solve them and we bring it all back together and it fits, right? We are really good in basically like tunnels, and we go from both sides of the mountains and it perfectly matches in the middle. And we are really good at this. But we sometimes forgot about, it's not about the project, it's not about the epic, it's at the end about the product overall, holistically. This product was about, I don't remember exactly if it was 3 or 4 clicks. You can do whatever you want to do, and you don't need to be what used to be called a geek to use that thing. Everyone can use it. Someone that is not usually using technology can use it. Try with this interface, if you look at it, to create a playlist. You cannot do it in 3-4 clicks, right? It's a huge task. And you would need to be a power user. And that's why Steve Jobs shut it down. because the interface wasn't ready yet for the feature. So he looked at it holistically as a product. So I call it usually, it's the product stupid. I usually skip the stupid when I talk to people. Just not that you think this is how I roll, but this is key when we talk about features and off we go and we go into these tiny little nitty-gritty details. I usually throw at people, hey, what about the product, to help people zoom out and see, like, does it fit into the product that we have. Dave Brailsford, do I still have time? Still have time, good. By the way, he's the guy in the car. He's not the guy on the cycling. So these days, actually, Team GB in the UK is very successful. People would even call the island of Britain like a cycling nation. It didn't used to be like this. They would actually be appallingly poor until Dave showed up, and they even won the Tour de France, right, which is usually seen as one of the best cycling races to win. And he started looking into those tiny little marginal gains. So he would check stuff like, if you travel and you're at the airport and you lift up your luggage, just put a little strain on your back. If you sleep in a hotel and you don't have your blanket, you don't have your mattress or your pillow, you sleep slightly less good. And interestingly, most coaches in cycling knew those things, but they think the difference is like 0.01%. Who cares? You're not gonna win a race. No, actually you do. Because all those marginal tiny little gains compounded over time makes you win the race. And as you can see here, if you do 1% better every single day, you will be 1% better at the end of the year, right? What does this, so the catchphrase? Watch out for marginal gains. So if you have a stand-up and someone says like, oh, by the way, I saw this test was pretty slow and now it's, I don't know, sub-millisecond, celebrate it. Watch out for this. If you see people doing this, I think this is fantastic culture, fantastic behavior, that people care about these tiny little details. Make the build a bit faster by 1 second. 60 times 1 second and we got a minute down. Imagine compound this, if you build into UAT, like, I don't know, we do like 8, 9, 10 times a day, every time a minute is 10 minutes a day, compounded of 3, this makes a huge difference. So I always watch out for this and try to celebrate this in the team, that I see that behavior to care about, like flaky tests and all that stuff, right? People spending time at it, right? Most people don't put that in a 2-week scrum. Go and check the flaky test, right? You just need to, people that go through the code, they see it, they fix it. Fantastic behavior. My last one, I still have 2 minutes, good. Who knows which movie? Toy Story, exactly, yes. I mean, groundbreaking, right? It was like that first big animation movie, and it was for everyone. It was for the kids, for the adults. It got everything in there, right? And the story goes like that actually halfway through the movie, they realized 2 things. One is the jokes are not as funny as they should be. And the second one is this character, what was his name? Rudy, thank you, was actually very mean. So Buzz Lightyear used to be the highlight, and they actually realized, no, actually, Rudy may be also the highlight, and they wanted to redo the character, right? Now imagine that difficult conversation after spending so much time and money on a movie, and they had the honesty to talk about it in the team and take a couple of steps back. And what they introduced was called the brain trust. So what they did is they went into, had a dedicated room with the key people going into that room, and they were like, okay, let's just be honest about it, right? And this is where they had a place where they actually can tell each other, hey, by the way, your jokes that you wrote, they are not that funny. And I mean, that may be, may have been very hard, because some of them were quite experienced people in the movie business, right? And the difference there, I think, is perhaps there is the stereotype, right, for Dutch people, that you can be very direct and you speak your mind, which is a fantastic thing. But if you say it straight and someone then straight away is closed down, especially if you have an international team, diverse people, different cultures, it may not work. But if you have really a dedicated space that you create, like a safe space, like Floor just mentioned, that you go out there and have those conversations, you get candor without the bruises. And this is my last of my 10 key ingredients. for a successful DevOps culture. Thank you very much. I think I'm not going to do a Q&A, but I'm still around, so yeah, let's keep the conversation going. Oh, I got one. Do we have time, or what does it say?
You don't want to know, though.
How would you hire smart? I mean, it depends what you're looking for, right? If you have a very highly specialized, nimble team, I would urge you to take your time, right? Don't feel pressured to make a hire. Nothing is more expensive than a bad hire, right? So, and I think a lot of people suffer from not enough talent out there and not enough good CVs in there. I would urge, yeah, just to be on the cautious side and then not make the hire if it's the wrong person. And that would be the right call for me. Okay, cool. I hand over to you. Thank you.
Give him a warm applause. Okay, let's go into our second talk of the day. It's going to be about culture again, and this time about toxic cultures. Well, Pablo is a software engineering manager at Plain Concepts.
Not now, but well, I just joined another company, but it's okay.
Okay.
Don't worry.
That's what my notes say.
Sorry. I
So
put on the slide. Don't worry. I repeat it. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, Chris. Well, I don't ask you for sing, at least if the talk will well. If not, if it's a disaster, maybe I could sing or dance or whatever. But today I will talk about toxic culture, how to recognize and how to fix them. My name is Pablo Osada. I would engineering manager, but not now in Plain Concept. I'm now in Viapel Group. You could find me on Twitter on that with my name, Pibu Sang. I just joined Viaplay 2 weeks ago. And that's for the misunderstanding with my company. And well, maybe I'm still in the honeymoon with the company, but I love all of the company because we define us as international streaming challenger. We know that there are a lot of companies in the market, other big companies, but we want to challenge them. We want to be. We have the gravity to challenge them. At Viaplay we have original content, serious films, documentary, but also we have one of the largest live streaming of sports, and we create a strong relationship with sportsmen all over the world. One of them, maybe you know who is the owner of this helmet. Yeah, yeah, it's Max. I call him Max because we are working for the same company. Then we have some documentary about their life, and well, this is really good one because it's from this year, but we are filming another one for the last World Championship he won. But maybe other day we'll talk about the relationship with Max. Today I'm here to talk about other topic, toxic cultures and how to recognize it, because it's not easy to recognize a toxic culture if you are inside a company with that bad culture. In the past 20 years, I worked for more than 50 companies, many of them as consultant, and I see a lot of things, a lot of bad things. But let me start talking about the basis of what culture means, because culture is that kind of word that all have in our mind, but we are not sure about what it means. It's pretty common when you look for information for a company. For instance, when I look for a new job, I look for that three statements, the vision, mission, values, the typical ones about that company. The vision, you know, is the company goal. The mission is the plan. You know, a typical one is conquer the world, okay? The mission is how the company plans to achieve that vision, and the values is how we as company behave. This is intuitive thinking to think that the values are the culture of the company, or very related. But let's take it with actual values of my current company. Okay. At Viaplay, and this is the real ones. If you go to viaplatgroup.com, I think we have that in our values page, and we define with that 4 words: bravery, equality, appreciation, and trust. Okay, bravery because we look beyond short-term goals and have the courage to constantly challenge ourselves and the industry. Yeah, this is something that, okay, this could fit with a culture idea. Equality, we embrace diversity and inclusion to fuel our creativity and innovation. Okay, this is pretty good. It's something that maybe is good culture or define good culture for a company. Appreciation, giving and listening real feedback. We nurture the culture where everyone knows that their voice matters. Then what? If values, but we are talking about culture, maybe it's not the same. It's something a bit different. And the last is the trust. The trust. With mutual respect, we empower people to breed a culture shaped with responsibility, accountability, and possibilities. Other time, culture. Then we will think that values is part of the culture, but it's not the whole picture. Because thinking about the anthropological definition, we could say that cultures are the lessons learned in a group that are important enough to transmit to the next generation. This is the typical in a group, a tribu, or whatever. But in a company, we can define a culture as the values, beliefs, and practice that have been developed and reinforced over time. This is really important, and I will base my talk about that, because we could think that a company is a living being, like a tree, okay? And in that living being, you have a part that are visible for everyone, that are the trunk, the branches, the leaves, the part that is over the ground, okay? That part in a company means the organization, strategies, policies, processes, or even the metrics with the company will measure their employees. This is the part that we call the structure. The structure is something that is external. Someone for outside the company could see the policies, could see the strategy, could see the processes, even the metrics. It's visible because, yeah, it's there. You could take a document and read the strategy of the company. Okay. And it's relatively easy to change. It's not exactly easy to change, but it's relatively easy, because in a big company, changing processes is really hard, okay? But there another part. The other part underground in that case, are the roots, okay? The roots is where the actual culture is the history, the things that happened in that company in the past, what is okay or not okay in the company, what independently of the policies or independently of the processes, there are things that are okay or are not okay. Okay, and there is something that passed from one employee to another. It's not something that is writing in something that it's something on writing that defines what is okay or not. There are also the informal leaderships. You have an organization, a hierarchy, but we have also the hidden leaders of the company that have that extra voice or voice that is stronger than others and so on. We have here also relationships between persons, but also relationships between departments, between groups, between roles. And the most important of here is what is rewarded. What is rewarded in a company is that mark the point on what is okay, what is not okay, on what is the thing that you could be promoted, or you could get a bonus, or you could be, look better than others with your behavior. Okay, that is the actual culture. The actual culture, because it's something that is internal. Only the people in the company knows that. It's invisible because outside the company, no one knows exactly what that culture means, and it's really, really hard to change. This is something that we talk about today. When you have a good culture, safe, strong culture, you have something else. You have something that is even better than the tree. You could go better, you could go forward with that. But if you have a toxic culture, a bad culture, if it's poisoned in its roots, then maybe in the short term you could have good numbers, because I know a lot of companies with bad culture but good numbers, but you have other pains, okay? And that pains is something that, as Phil Cook say, is the culture becomes more important than vision, because if some leaders could create or could define a great vision of what the company want to create, but if you have a toxic culture, that vision will never happen, because people are struggling with the toxicity of the company. It's not working on the product, it's working with all the pains that the culture provokes, okay? As I said, the culture part is invisible. Then it's hard to understand, you are not able to touch the culture. You are not able to read the culture. It's something that is underneath. Then you have to find ways to identify a toxic culture. And Brigitte Heising, I don't know if I pronounce it well, Brigitte Heising described some smells that identified a bad or toxic culture. The first one is that the core values don't serve as the basis of how the organization functions. There a gap between that values that in some cases are pure marketing or corporate bullshit, and the real structure or the real behavior in the organization. The second one that Brigitte identifies are that the employee suggestions are discarded. There are no real feedback or honest feedback in the organization. Then people are afraid to give that feedback because there are a lot of micromanaging that reduce the autonomy of the person, the employees, in performing the jobs. And when someone don't do the things well or do the things wrong, then the response of the organization is blaming and punishment. And the last one is also that there are there is little or strained interaction between the employees and the top management, because the top management is the ones that only the one only that take decisions, and the other is only some kind of executors of that decisions. Brigitte also say that while toxic culture are the result of many factors, not only that 5, but a lot of them, it's generally a combination of poor leadership and individuals who perpetuate the culture, because the ones that feels fine in a toxic culture are the ones that create that toxic culture. Then, or the ones that get a clear benefit of staying in that culture or retain the things in the status quo that is good for them. But the toxic culture have consequence, and the consequence, the main one, is that you have high turnover in your employees. Recently, just before I joined Viaplay months ago, a manager of a company where I work as consultant said me that we here have a good environment because people that are here don't want to leave. People are here from 20 years, 25 years, and so on. And I say, okay, it's a good culture, but with the newcomers, how are your turnover? Oh, we have a lot of turnover because people here, when come now from another culture, see our culture and then want to leave. And well, I think that it's not a good environment for one, for a company when you have a high turnover. The norm in a healthy organization at the first people that comes to the company are the first. The first that come to the company are when a lot of time. The persons that have they're in the company for a long time, then maybe their motivation change and want new things to do and leave the company when they think that they have another opportunities. But in a toxic company, are the first that leave the company are the last that come. It's something like the last in, first out. Okay. Other consequences, there are a lot of favoritism and office politics. There are only a few persons in the company that have a voice enough or a strong voice to make decisions. That produces also that there are a lack of innovation, because if a leader is not hearing what people are saying, then maybe eventually will be surrounded by people who have nothing to do or have nothing to say, because if all the opinions of the decision are making but are reduced a short bunch of people, the other people are not thinking for themselves. That kind of toxic culture have also aggressive of violent behaviors against those who challenge the status quo. Because if you are fine with that culture, you don't want that anyone challenge you. I don't want that anyone to change things. And a consequence of toxic culture is that in the industry, in the sector, everyone knows that that company has a bad reputation about that, and no one wants to join it. And also, maybe with that aggressive behavior and so on, you could maybe have legal issues also with your employees. We know now what a toxic culture seems, but how can we change it? How are the steps that could do for change a toxic culture. It's not something that means that you need authority or at least leadership to do, because it's not something that you could push from the bottom of the company. Maybe you could be in a middle top management to do that. It's something really hard to do from the bottom of a company. But maybe you could propose and then create some kind of idea of spark to start with that. How to change a toxic culture? The first one was understand the actual culture of the company. Sometimes when a company tries to figure out how to change something, change from the idea of, okay, is something wrong in our company with our culture. We have a lot of rotation. Let's change something and try to improve our culture. But the ones that are involved in that are the same that create the old culture, and then you have that kind of, okay, this is a circle. You are creating the same culture again and again and again, with maybe different names or changing for, okay, we want to be more agile, or we want to be customer focused, or DevOps, that DevOps mindset and so on, but you are doing again the same because the underneath culture are there. You are not changing anything. Other thing you have to do to change a toxic culture is apologize, because you know, a lot of people suffer the lack of good management. You have to apologize, stop, apologize, and define a plan, present a plan to change. Because if not, the people are, okay, we're changing things again. And with the same people leading in, with the same people and the top management and so on, we don't change anything. And the hardest part is create reset the culture collaboratively. Because if you are doing from the top management, you are not getting the real feeling of the person. You need to create at least a group of people, a group of diverse people, to get different point of view of that. For reset the culture, you need to, the first one, create a psychological safe place. If you don't break that kind of danger, psychologically danger place, you will never get real feedback. You don't learn from your bad decisions. You don't stop bad behaviors. You have to, the first one is create a psychological safety place in where people could help you to create the culture. And in the second step, you could set that culture, reinforce it with actions, and review time to time, because you have to start with something. Sometimes when companies start to try to change the culture, stuck with the, okay, we have not the complete culture definition. We have not the exact behaviors that we want. We have not the specific definition of the processes, but in culture, you have to follow that rule, that good enough for now, safe enough to try. It's something that you could try now and improve in the future, okay? Step three. Don't ignore alarm signs. When you have that KPIs of employee turnover, absenteeism, bad interaction between employees and top management and so on, you could check if your culture is turning back to the old one or really improving. And the bad one, as Winston Churchill said, about a country, but a company that forgot its past has no future, because it's again doing the same. Okay. And the last step is stop bad behaviors as well you detect it. Because, you know, the culture of an organization is shaped by the worst behavior that top management or management allow. This is something that why change company culture is really, really, really hard. I think I lost a really, 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 really hard. Okay, because it's something that you have to change the behavior of a lot of people that are very comfortable with the ways in the companies working on. Okay, I have a tip and a final story because I think I have only 4 minutes. The tip is, as Craig Larman say, look for that Larman law because it's really interesting, the organizational behavior law about the changing culture organization. But he said that in large organization, the culture follows the structure because big organizations have that mindset of follow the processes, and the processes mark the line to behave. But in tiny young organizations like startups with few people and so on, the structure follows the culture. When you found something that is wrong in your culture, you could change that before to change the structure, because maybe it's easier to say, okay, we are not diverse enough. We need someone from, you know, not a white male over the 40s to take all the decisions, or we need someone that is different from me or different from the founders to take some decision or to validate that decisions are good for all the company, not only for the ones that are working in that structure or culture definition. And for the last 2 minutes, okay, that's it's a lot of pressure with that. A breath of hope. I say that changing culture is really, really hard, but when you think about that hardness of changing something, think about that couple. They are Sebastião and Leila. It's a Brazilian couple that in late 90s they bought this land in Brazil. Okay, you see that is it's a majet. It's the forest. It's not. It's only a few trees, a couple of or 4 or 5 little houses, and no more. They bought this land in 2001, and many years after planting tree by tree, 2 million of trees, not only both, but with some volunteers, they plant 2 million of trees and creating and preserve this wildlife area that not only create that, okay, you could look, it's a pretty good land, but also they create an entire ecosystem that was rebuilt from scratch. And that allowed that 162 species of birds come back to the land, 33 types of mammals, 15 species of amphibians and reptiles come back and create a new ecosystem from the scratch. And when you think that changing something is hard, think about them. They are now Sebastião and Leila. Because when you change the culture of a company, you are not working only for the present. You are working for the future of the company. And that's all. I think I have some questions. Yeah. I have time for that. Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I don't believe you can change a toxic company. Did you try this before? How it went? I tried. Don't went very well, but I put the seed for create that something like Fabian said. I put the seed to the plant of tomatoes will grow, and as I said, maybe I have to plant 2 million more of tomato plants, but it is working. How do you measure success? Okay, how to measure the success of the culture transformation is really hard, but with the feeling of the I have here. With the feeling of the person, with taking one-to-ones, surveys, and that kind of asking people, talk with the people of the company, and getting the feeling of how they feel. I think it's the best measure that you could, the best metric that you could have. Maybe we're talking about perspective. There is a positive discrimination into bad culture. Positive discrimination. Well, this is, yeah, it's something to talk in the open space, I think. How to spot toxic culture earlier? What are some read the flags and you need to watch? Okay, the last one is something that I said. Is you are not touching the culture, then you have to move for your intuition, for the smells, for that's kind of, okay, I think a lot of turnover, I want to know what causes that, because it's not, maybe it's not by the culture, maybe it's because people that were in the company, I don't know, 5 years, 10 years, want new challenge, and maybe a lot of people is leaving the company at the same time because you hire at the same time people that is moving for some kind of waves. No, people that is in a company for instance, 3, 5, 10 years is that typical moments in which people think about everything or think about changing something. And red flags is something that I say that the turnover, absenteeism, people is not involved in the company things. That's as team buildings or whatever. People that disconnected for the company is not. Yeah, it's a red flag for it's something going wrong.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have any more time, but no, please, everyone, give a big round of applause for Pablo.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so I'm probably a new face, unless you checked in this morning. You saw me outside in the cold. I'm in here to get warm. So I got an organizer badge all of a sudden. I'm actually an organizer of Devopsdays Amsterdam, but I'm here to help out today just because some people are sick, unfortunately. So I get the pleasure of being on stage and get to introduce our next speaker, Willy. Just before we get started, does anyone here know Spotify? Just a hands up if you've heard of Spotify before. I see some people who haven't. That's quite impressive. If you have heard of Spotify, you might have, since we're in the tech world, you might have heard of the Spotify model then. Anyone? Has anyone been forced to use the Spotify model at your company? And I say forced because, well, I know Susanna's here from Spotify, but so that's a different model now. I think what Willy here is going to be talking about is indeed this copy-pasting of other companies' approaches, and if they work. I'm not going to spoil it for you, but take it away, Willy. Big round of applause, please.
Hey guys, nice to meet you. So if you've been in software development, chances are that you've done Agile, some sort of Agile. We usually start with Scrum, we have Kanban, we have Scrumban and all the other variations of it. And at some point, inevitably you have to scale, you have to do something else, because Scrum is fine if you have a couple of teams, if you have 5 teams, maybe 10 teams, but at some point when you're working on really complex enterprise products, you need more collaborations. And then companies go to Scrum at scale, less, safe, and all the other approaches. And if you're working like me with external clients, at some point, inevitably someone will say, let's try Spotify. And what you do at some point is that, let's try what? Because you know what the Spotify as a company is, but not many people have heard about the Spotify approach. And at that point, you would say, okay, let me assess the situation. And by assess, I mean Google it, understand what it means, and then try to say that it's not a good idea in most cases. So Spotify, it was founded in 2006. They have millions and millions of users. All of you guys here are probably using Spotify for like podcasts and listening to music. And it was an incredible success from the very beginning. Spotify is available in nearly every country around the globe. What they did in about 2012, they released a white paper that described their practices, or the so-called Spotify approach. And it was a success because people saw that company that grew significantly for 6 years, and they say, okay, it must be the practices that they're using. So I think in order to understand the approach and whether it works for your company, you have to know the basics and you have to know some of the pitfalls. Let's answer the question, does a Control-C, Control-V approach work? I wouldn't say so, because Spotify at that time, they were a startup. They were very innovative, they're working with the latest technology. They had all the foundations built to use this type of an approach. If you're a more advanced company, a company that has been around for several years, you have processes in place, you have like different security levels, probably just taking the approach and implementing it wouldn't be a good idea. But let's start with the model itself and the basics. And some of the examples I'm going to give are from a company, a startup company that wanted to implement the approach, and why it worked for them, like in some aspects, and in some aspects it wasn't really successful, and how to tweak this to work for you. So the Spotify model, we have several layers of it. We have squads, we have chapters, guilds, and tribes, alliances as well. At the very basic level, we have the squad. The squad is like a typical Scrum team. It's like a mini startup, cross-functional, self-organized. You have less than 10 engineers. You want to make sure that you have a small enough group of people so they can collaborate. When we were doing the Spotify approach, it was all remote during COVID. And we have people from around 30 countries around the globe, so it was difficult to say the least. You have to make sure that people are talking. You have to give them all the tools, communication channels. You have to create the right environment. As Fabian mentioned, people have to talk to one another and exchange ideas. Each squad can define their own rules and what works best for them. Some can use Scrum, some can use Kanban, some can use Scrumban, waterfall, if you will. Let's not get carried away, but like any agile practice they can use. For my client at the time, we started with a basic Scrum. At some point, some of the infrastructure teams saw that Scrum is not working for them, that they have so many work that is coming ad hoc, that they can't really plan it. So they switched to Kanban. And then the other teams were, wait, what? We can do that? We can switch? And we had a few more teams that switched to Kanban. But you have to enable the teams. Like, yes, you can start with Scrum, give it a try, and at some point, if it's not working, change it. Make something that works for your team. And then we have the chapters, which is something that I particularly like. These are communities of practice. Let's say if in each squad you have, in each, if in each squad you have a couple of iOS developers, a couple of Android developers, a couple of QAs, and one backend developer. Of course, that backend developer is going to talk to the whole team and exchange ideas, but it's a whole different thing when you talk to somebody who has your background. So if we have 5 to 10 squads and we have one backend engineer in each of the squads, they're going to form such a community of practice, a chapter. A chapter is led by a chapter lead. The chapter lead is usually part of one of the squads. About 50% of their time is involved in actual coding. The other part is engaged in growing the chapter expertise, line management, helping the chapter members grow. The chapters would usually meet every couple of weeks. Like, there isn't a strict rule. In our case, it was every couple of weeks. They would have a separate Slack channel, and they would figure out what are the infrastructure's decisions that we want to make. How do we want to make commits? How many approvals we need per commit to be merged? And here's one of the first pitfalls. Like in many companies, who is the chapter lead, who is the boss? That's the most senior engineer. But many engineers don't want to have line management responsibilities, and they actually want to be solving technical solutions. Around 6 months into the project, they realized that was an issue, and they, like all of the chapter leads, they had to reconfirm whether they wanted to have that position, or they had to hire externally, or like internally if somebody had the desire to be in that position. So that's something you should consider from my experience. The next level is we have tribes. So that is when you have a group of squads that are working closely together, maybe on a particular feature. Usually each squad would have a feature dedicated to them. Somebody might be working on payments, creating playlists, account features, profile features, etc. But when you have a bigger feature that has to be developed, you would create these tribes. What I would suggest is not starting like having in place all of these structures, because unlike other models, you don't have an implementation guide. Nobody tells you how to start doing Spotify. Like, you don't have a step 1, step 2, step 3. You have to figure it out on your own if you like the idea. For the company I was working with, they started just with squads and chapters and guilds. And about a year and a half into the product development, they decided that it's time to design the tribes. What you have to be careful about is that you still want the squads to be independent, meaning that you shouldn't have too many cross-functional dependencies. Of course, you cannot avoid dependencies at all. You're going to have them, but you should make sure that the teams are not blocking each other all of the time. And we have the guilds here. The guild is an interesting, like, it's similar to the chapter in a way that it's formed around like a community, a topic. But if in a chapter you have backend developers, front-end developers, DevSecOps, and QAs, in a guild you can have anybody who has interest in that topic. So let's say we have an agile guild. If you're not happy with the agile processes or you want to contribute to the agile practices, you can join an agile guild where you might have scrum masters, agile coaches, product managers, QAs, like everybody who is interested can contribute to this guild. We have two roles that are more distinct in the model when we have chief architect and system owner. The chief architect is responsible for the overall architectural decisions. In the case of my client, they had a group of people responsible for that, and they were working closely with the chapter leads. Yes, it's a very flat hierarchy, but the idea was that the chapter leads, they're representing the chapter, so they're already talking to everybody, and they can represent them on this forum. And then we have system owners, something that was being implemented at that company at the time, but we had it in a previous company. We call them repo owners in that case, so we'll have a repository, and we have one person who is not necessarily reviewing and approving every pull request, but looking for the overall health of that system, making sure that, that it's fine. And on a bigger level, we have tribes forming an alliance. Now, where the Spotify approach started, don't think that like in many other frameworks, just somebody wrote it down, figured it's good, and like let's implement it everywhere. It started one by one. So they started implementing the first thing. They started with Scrum. It was working up to a certain point, but the company grew substantially. At some point, they were having like hundreds of developers. For instance, for a tribe, the number of people, like ultimate number of people in a tribe is between 100 and 150 developers. That is massive effort to align all of these people together. So alliance, it goes way more than that. If you consider that you have 100, 150 people per tribe, that is about 300 people. So you shouldn't really scale unless you have the capacity for that. And there is a nice video on the Spotify approach, and these are some screenshots from that video. Some of the engineering practices that any company can implement from the Spotify model. Small and frequent releases. Releasing shouldn't be difficult. It shouldn't be something that is cumbersome, that is taking a lot of effort. I've once worked with a client, their release process was a month to do everything, a month. Like you have 2-week sprints, but you release every month because of all of the things that were happening in the background. That shouldn't be the case. It should be very easy. It should be something you can do daily. You have decoupled releases. Don't get me wrong, Spotify started with a big monolith system in the very beginning, but as they grew, they realized that that's not the way to go. You can't, like every time you want to release, you have to deploy the whole system. It wasn't effective. So they had these decoupled releases. You can release a subset of the system, just like the playlist or the account update. And then you have a very self-managed model. So you have client app squads, squads that are going to help the feature squads, like squad that is going to help with iOS or Android development, and we have infrastructure squads. The idea of the infrastructure squads was not to do the whole job of the squads, of the feature squads. It was to enable them, to give them the tool, the best practices, to advise them on how to deploy better. The other idea they have is limited blast radius. So make sure that if something fails, the whole system is not down. You have just a piece of it that is not working. Like, yes, it's a big deal, but it's one piece. The system is overall working. And they had also limited releases. So you want to test something, you can release it to live audience. Instead of having people come for some type of testing and user feedback at the office, you just release it, but to a very small subset of people. And if you see it like, for one user there, it's not working, or he's not happy, but that's one user. Overall, like you have millions of users. The other thing is that they had the option to test live. So you have a great idea, you have a few days to develop it, you can ship it to production, you can get feedback. If the user loves it, go ahead, we can develop it, we can invest more effort into developing it. If they don't like it, great, we can do something else. But the engineers had this in their hands, they had the innovation. For release management, they had release trains and feature toggles. So if the first train leaves in a week or 2 weeks, we have feature A, B, C, and a bit of feature D. A, B, C are done. Feature B is started. Instead of cherry picking the code and making it all difficult, you ship everything to production and you just turn off the toggle, so it's not visible to the user, but you can see if you have any integration issues. Then you have the next release, you have E, D is now done, F is nearly done but not done, like it's not production ready. You're still going to ship it see what the issues are, and turn it on when it's done. In scale events, this is not something that is from that white paper necessarily, but it's something that I've seen in practice being used when you have like the Spotify model or any other scaled agile model. You have to create a platform where all of these teams can align. You don't want to create silos because we said that every squad is a mini startup, which is awesome, but you create a ground for possibly this team working on that feature only and not caring about anything else. Yes, you have the chapters which should prevent that, but in the very beginning, especially if you're doing this in a remote environment, it's going to be difficult. Like you have to create that form. The first scaled event that we had with that client, all remote, 150 people from C-level executives right to the developers in a meeting together, and I remember vividly like walking into that Zoom room and thinking, God, this is the most expensive meeting ever. However, it is a 2-day event, so by the end of the second day, I realized that it was really useful. Why I'm saying this, not because I was an agile coach there. I was seeing things from my perspective. From my team, our backlog was clean. We had clear idea of what we are going to do. If we had dependencies with other teams, we would have these conversations, not with the entire team, but like different people from that team. And it makes sense for us. But when we were on that forum, I realized that that's not the case for a lot of teams, that they were not seeing the bigger picture and they were working just on their tiny piece. And as Fabian said, it's all about the product. Like you don't want to end up with a Frankenstein of a product. You want to have something cohesive, a good user experience, and for that you need all of the people to work together. So we start as a vision where we want to go, and that's why we have C-level executives at that meeting, or somebody who can convey that vision. Like, this is the desired state, this is where we're going, go figure out how to get there. We start with the vision. It might be OKRs or like just the vision statement. And then on the first day, the first half of the day, we have briefings. And that's again to ensure alignment. We have briefings from the chief architect. What is the state of the architecture? What are the different tools that we are using or considering to be using? What is our plan for the next 3 months? And by plan, I don't mean like waterfall Microsoft project plan. I mean roughly what we want to achieve. Then we have statement from the chapter leads, what is the state of each chapter, from the product managers, what are the features that we believe we should be focusing in the next 3 months, again, a very short period of time. And at the end of that, the second half of the day, in our case, virtually, we had breakout rooms in Zoom. Every team would have their breakout room, and you can jump to other breakout rooms. So you have some time to figure out, okay, 3 months is probably about 6 sprints. What we want to do in these 6 sprints. Not what you want to do in terms of specific JIRA tickets, just overall. This sprint, we think we should focus on like user experience. The next sprint, we are focusing on account features or whatever. You build that plan roughly, in our case, in a Miro board, so it's visible to everybody. And then you start hopping around and talking to other people, because inevitably your work is going to block somebody, and you need to know, and you have to reprioritize. If you're doing something in sprint 5 because it's not that important to you, but you realize that there is another team whose whole work is depending on that feature, then you can move it forward. And that type of alignment is so valuable when working even on site. Like, imagine 150 people. Not everybody is going to be talking to everybody. So we have that at the end of the first day. And something very important, so we have the objectives, like what we want to achieve. We have here the different, do you see that? Yes. You have the different sprints and like a sticky note. We want to do this, we want to do that. We have threads for the different dependencies, so you can visibly see what this map is going to give you for our product development. We saw that we had a lot of dependencies on infrastructure, so we focused really like for at least 6 months into enabling the infrastructure teams to deliver all of the key features so we can unblock everybody. At the end of our first day, we do a confidence vote. Everybody votes from 1 to 5 whether they think that this thing is going to actually be shipped. Usually what you can see in the first day, like first planning first day, people are very confused. Nobody believes that this is happening. So you can expect between 1 and 3, it would be fine. But you don't just vote. People share concerns. And it is very empowering when engineers and chief executive officer are in the same space and everybody can bring like, see, this is an issue. And you have the decision makers in the room. Of course, you can make lower level decisions, but let's be honest, in most cases, you need management approval at some point. So you have these people and they listen to the actual problems. On the second day, we have the overall plan that is finalized. So first we had a confidence vote, we've raised the issues, then we have the second half of the first day of the second day to review all of the issues, maybe rework the plan, then we present the plan. We have a space that is dedicated for risks, but we don't necessarily work out all of the risks in that space. We just raise them and we make sure that each risk has an owner, somebody to follow up, make sure that this is done. And very important, we did a showcase every month and a half. What is a showcase? You know, at the end of the sprint, you have a sprint review where you demonstrate what you've built. But you demonstrate this, you demonstrate your increment, your feature, and of course it's working, like you've made sure that it's working. But what happens for the whole product? In the showcase, we had a working flow. So how a user logs in, goes to this feature and that feature, and how it interacts with the whole application. And that was again to make sure that we are not working in silos, that you're not saying it works on my machine, my feature is good, like I don't care about the product. It was to ensure that everything is smooth for the user. The model is very culture driven. I would often get the question whether it is a culture or a framework. Kind of both. I wouldn't really say that it is a framework. For me personally, for something to be a framework, like I don't want to say that you need to have a certificate for it, but like when you have a certificate, let's say in whatever field, whatever technology, it means that you have standardization, you have proper rules. It means that if you have the certificate and you have the certificate, you have the same knowledge. Like the foundation is there. And you don't have that for Spotify. One of the most overlooked sentences in that white paper is that like if you go and Google Spotify model, you'll see like, oh, that's so outdated and they're not using that anymore. In that white paper, just at the very end, they say, by the time you're reading this, things are probably changed. We're doing something else because it's an evolving type of a framework. Like they see what works, what doesn't work, and they scale and they move and they change, and that's fine. I like the white paper because it gives you a foundation. And then on the internet, people would share their different stories and different approaches, and you can see what works for you. But yes, it is very culture driven. You have to allow people to make these decisions. You have to have autonomous teams. You shouldn't have too many formal processes. Of course, in many different environments, you might need formal processes, especially if you're working in a more regulated environment, and that is fine. But at the bottom, you should have people who are encouraged to make decisions. More autonomy, less top-down management. You should give them space to innovate, to try things out. Value over business, meaning that we want to focus on what is valuable for the customer and how to enhance the customer experience. Minimize dependencies, which is one of the most difficult things to do, but you have to be very mindful on how you divide the squads and how the work is distributed. Productivity is effort, competence, environment, and motivation. There is an email that probably most of you have seen from Spotify. It's something along the way of they had a regular survey of all of the employees, a satisfaction survey, and it was like, thank you for filling out the survey. We had 98% happy employees, but that's not good enough. Like, we invite all of these, like 2% people that are not happy, please come to us and help us improve. So that says a lot about their culture. And that's not something that you have in many companies. Defining what awesome looks like, one of my most favorite things, they don't have definition of done already, they have definition of awesome, what's cool, what the user is going to like. And the Spotify health check. In our case, it was every quarter, we would have this approach. So we have teams answer a set of questions. And these are the questions. We have teamwork. Do we like working together? Sponsor players, do we believe that we rule the game or we are being told what to do? Mission, do we know what we are actually building here? Code-based health, is it good? Like, is it difficult to work with that code base? What is the speed of our delivery? Is it easy to release or is it a pain? Are we learning anything? Are we using the best technology? What do we get out of this? Are we delivering value? Do we believe that we are delivering value? Do we have suitable processes like Scrum, Kanban, or whatever? And is it fun to work here? And you have like red, amber, green, and you can compare this with the team every few months and between teams, just to get an idea of what are the most common issues. And as Fabian mentioned, like, what are these small improvements you can make that are going to reflect on the overall satisfaction? So should you try it? Don't copy the model. Tailor it to your environment. Make sure that you take it into consideration. What works for you now and what is the end goal of the company? Put an emphasis on trust and building relationships, because this is how you're going to change the culture. Empower people and teams. If you're in a very regulated environment, in the beginning it's going to be like stressful for people to actually make decisions. But over time it's going to get easier and they're going to enjoy it. Experiment and test what actually works. And expect mistakes, because they're going to happen anyway. And if you have time for any questions. Yes. I can hear you at least.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have any more time for questions, but I would suggest...
Meet me in the break.
Exactly. Find Billy in the break, either now or in the lunch, or even better, suggest it as an open space and get it discussed thoroughly. So,
Perfect.
big round of applause, please.
Thank you.
And here you go. So, just a couple of announcements before we run off to the break. We will, in any case, meet back 5 minutes later, so 11 past or 5 past 11 we're going to meet again. There is a raffle going on, but I don't think anyone has seen the information about that. So at the lunch tables or at the entrance and upstairs here, we have silver sponsors. There's also going to be food up there. You can participate in the raffle. Just fill in the sheet and you'll participate. Make sure you grab it, and see you back 5 minutes past 11.
persoonlijk op de bank kan je daar op die flip hangen. Wie gaat daar?
right, folks. We'll take about another minute or so before we get started again, just to make sure everyone has time to come to Einstein, the auditorium. All right, all right, all right. So I hope you had a good break. I hope the food and drink was good enough to get you going for about an hour and a half until lunch. So we are running slightly behind schedule, as is DevOps Days tradition. So it is all going exactly as planned. But without further ado, I want to welcome Susanna Daniels to the stage. She's going to talk about improving developer experience with open source. Please give her a round of applause.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. And so happy to see you all in person here in Eindhoven, of all places. Really good that you showed up, even though the public transport was horrible. But okay. I'm Susanne Daniels. I work at Spotify. I'm a developer relations lead for Backstage, which is an open source project. I'm talking here about improving your developer experience. Wait, what? We found out, for the few who weren't aware of what Spotify was this morning, we found out what Spotify is. It's a music app, right? So why am I talking here about some open source tool and how does that relate to developer experience? We're going to find out shortly. But first I have some questions for you, just to understand a little bit if you are here in the right session. Or should have maybe stayed back and drink coffee. So who in the past few years onboarded in an engineering role at a company? Yeah. Okay, so who actually enjoyed onboarding at a company? Whoa, whoa, not that good. Okay, who can find all the documentation they need to do their work properly? That's seriously 2 people. Okay, well, I think that you're then probably in the right session. Who thinks it's easy to collaborate with other teams when they are creating their application? Maybe working with a microservice, another teammate who creates microservices or APIs for other teams. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm talking about today is about developer experience. Because I think if I would go on and ask another few questions, we would all agree that being a developer is super complex nowadays. It's not easy. Why? Well, you don't spend much time on writing your code. Well, what do you spend your time on? Finding documentation? Well, not actually finding, maybe searching for documentation. Collaborating with other teams, understanding how you can make your application work in your whole application landscape. And it doesn't really matter if it's a monolith or microservices, the bleeding edge stuff. It doesn't really matter because you spend a lot of time there. You spend a lot of time collaborating, trying to collaborate together. Chances are that you are working on a feature in your company and using technology that another team already built, already used, already has experience with. That takes a lot of time, figuring everything out. So today I'm here, luckily, to share with you the secret sauce. This is filled with tears of joy of happy developers, by the way. Just so you know that you're aware of that. I came up with it last night. My fiancée said it was a good joke, so I'm just gonna go with it. So yeah, I'm here and I work for Spotify. And we created an open source project. We put a lot of effort in making our developers more happy, and we want to share that. So I'm not going to go through this because you've joined the talk before, probably. A lot has been written about Spotify's engineering culture and how we try to make things work. And yes, we have a lot of discussions internally when people talk about the Spotify model. Like, well, it's not our model. We don't recognize this. Or, that sounds actually quite great. Maybe we should try it. Because it evolves all the time. It's super complex, especially when you have an application either on your on the website, in the web app, or on the mobile phone. Each button, each functionality, it probably has a team working, creating that feature for you. And they have to collaborate with that whole machine to make that that whole thing work for you. So that's super complex. And we started out, and it got mentioned in the talk before, so I'm happy that that's half of the work, so that's great. Thank you for that. We started out with a monolith. A few monoliths, teams grew, but as we grew and we tried to figure out ways to work together, we figured out how we actually could move to microservices at some point. It became increasingly complex because we had multiple teams working on something, owning microservices, and we needed to know stuff about that, like, hey, where's your documentation? And in the beginning, it's easy. You go to Slack or whatever, and you type like, hey, where's your documentation? But as you grow, it becomes increasingly difficult to do so. Because maybe for 100 engineers, this works. But if you talk about 2,000 engineers, it's becoming already a bit complex. So at some point, it became so complex that when we added engineers to our workforce, we actually did not speed up, we slowed down. So we always say we were in hypergrowth, but onboarding became hyper confusing, right? Because of the different teams and the autonomy, but also because of the different knowledge domains which have been added over the years, there was also a lot of fragmentation. Why? Well, because different teams and different technologies need different tool sets. There is no one approach. And if you try to figure out one approach and it doesn't work for the team, then chances are that they will use their own stuff. They will implement something on their own. And that's a great thing. We were focusing on our speed to market, but yeah, we didn't really came to that. Like we wanted to speed things up, but that just also didn't work. So what did we do? We figured out, like, we tried some things. We had a CMDB and we had some other systems for documentation. But yeah, that's not really easy because you still have that friction. You still have that fragmentation. So we put together a group. It was the tools team, and the tools team, they put together a developer portal. Why don't we put everything we have in that one place? So that people actually can find out who's running on call for that microservice. People can actually find out where's the documentation or who's even responsible for that microservice. Ways to automate, maybe a button to deploy an environment or to create your framework for your application so that you can just go ahead and start deploying your stuff, writing your software. So that team created a portal. It was called System Z, and System Z was the system to rule everything. That was the idea. And it was a success. People really, really liked it because then they could find out all those things. But there was this one mistake that we made, and that was that we put one team together and we made them responsible for that whole portal, for owning that portal, for owning that important instrument for developer experience. So just imagine the backlog they had at the time. Like everybody wanted features, everybody wanted to put in some self-service portal, but there were also those new domains, like there were data scientists, for instance. They had very, very specific needs. And the tools team, they tried to implement it, but the portal wasn't that easy to extend. It was not easy to let other people extend the software, so this portal, so to collaborate on that. So there's this measurement, which also was a bit of a trigger, and that is the number of days it takes engineers to get to their 10th pull request. Now we can discuss about that number. We can do so after this session probably because there's not enough time, but at least it's a measurement. It gives an indicator of how long it takes to onboard. So that went up to 60 days. Just imagine, you just went to the talk before, you think like, well, that Spotify is a cool company. So you go to the hiring process, everything is bleeding edge, and you go there and it takes you 60 days to do your 10th pull request. That's not good. So we knew we needed to change something there. So what we did is we go back to the drawing board. right? So we started from scratch and reimagined what is a portal. And we had this in mind. We wanted to prioritize the developer experience. That's the most important thing. Look at the learnings because, well, you know, we didn't really achieve our goals there. So what did we do? We created a portal which was extensible with the use of plugins. And the idea behind it is that everybody roughly wants the same thing. And we do a lot of research, you've learned in the session before probably, and we use that research to identify these key 3 things. The first one is everybody wants speed, but with some guardrails in place, safety. You want to scale, but you do not want to compromise on your quality. And chaos, well, chaos will always be there because there's all these tools and frameworks and versions of frameworks and the teams being autonomous. So chaos will be there. So you better control it, or like I would like to put it, embrace the chaos, because you can't do without the chaos. You need that to innovate to some extent. And at the center of that was System Z, which we renamed to Backstage. And we went ahead and deployed that in our organization. We taught the developers how to develop their own plugins, how they could extend Backstage, how they could put in their self-service functionality to help the other members of the engineering team deploy stuff, to help them, their own teams to deploy stuff, and to maybe look at observability or compliancy or other data, for instance, around your data pipeline. And it was a success. So the team which manages Backstage internally, it's around 5 to 6 people, and they basically are responsible for the portal. But 80% of the contributions to this portal come from our engineering teams, come from our future teams, come from our platform teams. Like, everybody can contribute to this. And there's over 120 plugins that we use today. I think we've over 180, but these ones I'm pretty sure that we use them. And then, well, we obviously talk a lot about our engineering culture and the tooling we use, and Backstage got mentioned more and more. And people were like, hey, well, can we get our hands on this? And we were thinking about that. Okay, well, how can we do that? And at some point during Hack Week, we decided to go ahead and open source it. It's a little over 2.5 years ago. And shortly after, we donated the project to the CNCF. So Spotify doesn't own it. It's in the true sense an open source project, and the CNCF ensures all the good things. This year took us quite a while, but we're now in incubation, which is a huge milestone for us, and we've released version 1.0 around the same time. And of course, we will continue to invest in this project. There's over 310 companies using Backstage that we know of, and that empowers roughly over 1 million engineers across the world. I talked about plugins, and the power of also open source Backstage is still the plugins, because that is basically the way you do it, the way you use Backstage. So for all kinds of tools, there's a plugin, and it's fairly uncomplicated to write your own plugins as well. And yeah, why open source? Well, with the risk of preaching to the choir, it is really fun to use an open source project, and you have a lot of benefits, because in order to create the best developer experience, it is good to have as much as perspectives and as much experience in the development of that portal, in the development of the plugin, to collaborate, also around the greater things, like Backstage is just a tool. So we have a lot of discussions in the community around how do you do developer experience, how do you create happy developers, how do you measure success? And that all is contributions to our project and making our community stronger. And if you adopt it, then of course with open source, you always have the opportunity to improve the product and contribute back to the community. So yeah, enough talking. Let me just show a quick demo of Backstage. So I'm gonna there you go. So let's imagine I'm this engineer and I just onboarded at this company. This company is called Rocket. This is their Backstage version. It's called Rocket Engine. It's an interstellar space travel agency like the Uber for space. Anyways, I won't bother you with that. I decided to go ahead and work there. So my onboarding was super boring. It was the usual HR stuff, but luckily after one day I already received my shiny new MacBook. And the first thing I will do is open up. No way. No, no, no. This is not happening today. This is not happening. Wait, let me try again. No way. What's going on? I don't have time to debug this. But anyways, so believe me, this page. So normally I would use the documentation to go to a thing called the golden path, and I don't need to show it, I can just talk about it. But it's a best practice that we use at Spotify to onboard our engineers. Why? To let them know more about the engineering culture, about how, for instance, our whole backend is tied together, what their place in that constellation called engineering is. And actually, they go through several steps from implementing their local developer environment to going through every step needed to create a real application on our Spotify platform. So just imagine you started onboarding and you have a few days to go through all that content. It will show you the tools we're using. It will make you use Backstage because that's basically at the heart of everything we do. It's for us mission critical to use it. We do everything with Backstage basically. And you get to learn and play with it. And at the end of that whole golden path, you've basically launched your first application. Now that won't be the $1 million application, but at least you will feel really, really productive. Who can say that they have deployed their first application in the first week and it actually works? What we have for the backend is some sort of shuffle application which shuffles songs. Quite neat. Anyways, so I went through that whole onboarding thing, and I hope that my VPN is not flaky. So I'm gonna find out what other stuff we are owning within my team. So I go to the catalog. In the catalog, I can filter on several teams, and I'm looking at the lunch app here. So this is the app for ordering lunch while you book your travel. This is basically the homepage of the service where you put all these cards. And these cards are all plugins. Because Backstage is not there to replace your tool, it is there to aggregate all your tooling. It's not a single source of truth, but it, grabs all your single sources of truth and put them all together in this interface. So basically what you show here is what is valuable to you, to your engineering organization, for the type of service, for the system it belongs to, for the type of engineer that's watching this. I can see the relations with the other tools, with the other components, with the API it depends on here on the right side. And if I click CI/CD, for instance, it shows my GitHub actions. So yeah, again, normally if it's green, I would not dive into it. I don't care much about it. I just want to know if it's successful or not. And if it's not successful, I probably look at the steps. But to solve my problem, I go back to my IDE, I go to my cloud provider's portal, I go to GitHub and figure out where I made my mistake and just solve that. All this information, having it available in that one place, saves me from context switching. It saves me from going through all these portals. So for instance, if I want to know where the service is running, it's running in Azure, I can here directly go to the resource group but also I can click the tags and it will list the tags in the Azure portal, making it easy for me to find the services. Now, I don't know about you, but if I ever need to do something, I'm always lost because, well, we obviously don't have one service running. We use, for instance, GCP within Spotify. If I go to that portal, it's like, because I have access to everything. This really saves me a lot of time and context switching. But also things which are useful like security recommendations. That's usually the stuff that you want to display in one place. Open pull request, you want to have that in one place. Status of your platform, you want to have that in one place. So yeah, anyways, this is all great news. So I see that I am missing something. Oh no, I am missing something. Oh yeah. So I have to add the application. And this shows how this metadata is put together. So it's a YAML file. Yay? Okay. Tough crowd. But this basically contains all the metadata and also the configuration for the plugins in the annotations. Now, people who are very familiar with Kubernetes, this is the Kubernetes object model. The only reason we chose this was because we knew it. And we thought, well, it looks kind of easy. Okay, so there's no real reason for it besides that. But also the relationships are defined in that same metadata file. Now, that metadata file is owned by the team owning the service. So yeah, if I want to register this, which I will do for the sake of, to make up for the demo with the documentation, right? So I'm gonna register it, it will check, it will give me a review, and I have it right here. Okay, so it's there now. So it imported all the information, displayed it in Backstage. And if I look here at the CI/CD, then of course it's using Azure DevOps. You might have noticed. And the thing I want to show here is that even though it's another system, I still put the information in the same place. Why? Context switching. I don't care where it's running. I don't care what, except when things go wrong. So basically having the information in the same space really, really helps me. Okay, yeah, well, there's of course also the APIs. So for instance, really useful to put the documentation there as well to help me better understand like the APIs that other team built. Probably this would also have some documentation, integration testing. You would put that information there on these cards. So yeah, I feel kind of confident today. I'm gonna create a new application. So this is using software templates. Software templates is a scaffolder functionality in Backstage. You basically deploy anything with it. Within Spotify, we create our whole environments with it. We create documentation with it. We create data pipe, well, everything, basically. Why would you use this then? Why don't do it yourself? Why not script it? Well, because the incentive is so high. Because when I fill out this form, basically anything that needs to happen, that will happen. It's all scripted. It's all there. So I go to this wizard, I put in my team name because only a team can own the metadata. I will choose a location, I will go with GitHub, choose my organization and create a new repository here. And this will go ahead and deploy it depending if everything is working. And it will show up in Backstage, so it will be automatically registered. Now, I can imagine that you have a large environment and you want to pull in as much data as you can. For that, there's custom entity processors, and you can use those to automatically process all the data and make sure that it is there available for your engineering teams. Now, like I said, what? Okay. What I said, there's a lot of plugins available. Apparently somebody, this is open source, you know, somebody made an update at the website. Everything is new. But there's a lot of plugins available for many tools to use. and help you. Okay, now I would like to go back to my presentation. Cool. So I hear you, oh, that's a fairly good demo. I kind of get what that portal is, and I understand why Spotify created this, but we are not Spotify. Please don't publish this on the website. No, you're not. Fun story, I worked at a company who wanted to implement the Spotify model, and I always said, we're not Spotify. Now I am. But why would you care about this? Well, because being a developer, we all agree on, is very complicated. This is just the CNCF landscape card. I know it's a bit, oh yeah, there you have the landscape card again to show it's complex. Well, it is complex, because if I would also add all the tools that all the vendors have to help you with your productivity and better manage your environment, it would not even fit on the screen. You couldn't read it. It's that complicated. And you want to embrace it, because you can't say, well, we're not going to use that tool. No, you want to use that tool, but that tool needs to be adopted in your company. Having a card available, for instance, in your developer portal is really valuable and will help adoption with that. And onboarding at your company, working at your company, if you go through all the tools that you use and you put them on posters, I want to do observability. Yeah, we have 10 tools for that. Oh, I want to ship my software. Yeah, that team uses Jenkins, that team uses GitLab. So it is all there. But another angle. So there was this mention in the previous talk about developer productivity. Well, developer productivity is really, really nice and really, really important. We like to focus on developer happiness. One way to properly measure that, we think, is the SPACE framework. And the SPACE framework uses 5 different axes to look at your developer population. So for instance, satisfaction and well-being is really important. It is about feeling a part of your team. It is about the tooling you have available. Are you satisfied with that? And you can look at it on multiple angles. And probably you can imagine how a developer portal can enable that collaboration and can enable everybody being on the same page. And then there's the performance, which is basically the value of the output you're delivering, like customer satisfaction, that sort of information. You would like to display that so that you're aware of that, because that is why you're working. That is what you're doing. And if you only look at the activity, those are counters. And it might help me, especially, these few times when I have my performance conversations with my manager. I don't know if you have any, but that's basically the moment that you also look a bit at activity. It's good for me to know how I'm doing. And on a team level, it might be a little bit different. But having that information available on those multiple levels can really help me understand better what's happening. And if you zoom out and you look at, for instance, only the activity or only at the DORA metrics, then you might say, oh, we're doing fine. That person is stellar, delivering stellar work. But the person might as well be running into a burnout, right? And you need tooling to have that insight. You need tooling to enable that. Collaboration and communication, inner sourcing, transparency, those are all important elements, because you need to be able to find the right information, and everybody should be able to find that same information, because only that way you can all play together, because everybody can access the same information. Just think about that documentation in that one place, or being able to find all the applications that you're using and all the information about the APIs, right? And your flow, and I can't say this enough, switching is hard. Context switching doesn't take only that 5 minutes to do Alt-Tab and to switch to the next, to that other screen. It might take your productivity away for maybe even half an hour or longer, because you need to go to that other portal, think, oh, 2-factor, where's my phone? I don't know about you, but I'm always like looking for my phone. Takes me ages, and When I'm back, I already forgot what I was doing. So to summarize, Backstage is one front end for your entire infrastructure. That was a good joke, by the way. It is not there to replace your tools. It is not there to change all your ways of working. It is one front end. It's a single pane of glass to put together all your single sources of truth. You have multiple, you know it, I know it, we all know it. And you put that in one place. Your tooling that you want to introduce, that migration that you want to do, put everything in that one front end. I think like thing is maybe better because it should be one front end for anything, right? Anything that's useful for you as an engineer and your engineering organization. Yeah, it's a platform, so usually you have a small team managing Backstage, people develop plugins, and people use the plugins. People use the self-service functionality. And you can write the plugins yourself if they're not available in open source. We've looked at creating new software using software templates, so that it is up to your best practices, compliancy, whatever. Your observability is there inside everything, and you can start just writing code. Managing all your software and exploring, actually finding stuff inside your organization. The plugin architecture is basically the success of Backstage. And it's super important to give that power into the hands of your engineering workforce. If you decide to implement Backstage, then adoption is the most important thing next. Because you can put a tool there, but the tool is just that, you know? You need to put some work in that. You need to create a community around it. Being able to create those plugins really, really empowers your engineering workforce to do the best thing. Because why? Happy developers make happy code. And unhappy developers, they will still be happy at some point, but they will be walking away with a box in their hands, right? So just keep that in mind. That can always happen. Now, how do you start? You start small, find a problem, solve that with a small team, and with that knowledge which you built up, not only about Backstage, but also about your interactions with the community, about how this project actually works. What is the release cadence? How do I upgrade? All that knowledge you share within your company and drive the adoption. And this is a link to the Getting Started documentation. If you want to try it out, you will be good to go within anywhere between 20 and 40 minutes. And if you like it, then you can continue with the rest of the tutorials to set up some first integrations. If you decide to use Backstage and you're like, yay, then please let me know. If you think like, well, I tried it, it's not that good, or I don't like this specific thing, then, well, let me know as well, right? Thank you so much for your attention. I wish you a lovely day. I'm looking forward to the rest of the day. And yeah, some questions probably.
Yes, indeed. So let's first give her a round of applause. And of course, we'll do a couple of questions. So I think, the question I always ask is, and especially with something like Backstage, is where do you start?
Sorry, where?
Where do you start? How do you start? What's your first step to successfully deploying this?
Think of why. Why am I looking at this tool? What am I trying to solve? I have a lot of conversations with people who are interested in Backstage. And then they say, yeah, we have this problem with our documentation. Okay, what is the problem with your documentation? Well, we have Confluence, and we have Google Docs, and we have documentation spread all around the organization, and that legacy system. But it's good to step back from those problems and think, okay, what is the bigger issue that I'm trying to solve? Because you could say, oh, well, this plugin will solve everything. No, it will not. That plugin won't solve it. It's what you do with it. It's how you drive the adoption. It is how you build a community around Backstage. So that is basically what you're trying to do. Look at a bigger problem, but start small with a small team. And from there, gradually build up your experience and share that internally. Because Backstage basically is an inner sourcing powerhouse, you know, and you need to shift that culture a little bit.
I like that angle. Don't try to solve organizational problems with technical solutions. That's basically what you're saying.
Basically, yeah.
Awesome. All right. So
Thank you. That's
as a
a lot
small
shorter
thank you,
too.
as a small thank you, here's something to illuminate your backstage.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, we'll take just a minute. Give her a round of applause. We'll take just a minute to switch speakers. We'll be back in about a minute. All right, folks. In the interest of time, let's continue with another 30-minute talk. So next up is Mukaram, and he'll be talking about a topic that is near and dear to my heart, how to teach children to be more efficient, I think, or was it the other way around?
It's the other way around. Children taught me how to be efficient, so yeah.
See, that's a skill I never learned. So while we're fixing the technical issue here of getting your laptop up on screen.
Just worked.
Because it worked a minute ago.
Yeah.
And that is always how technology works. It works when you don't need it. It doesn't work when you do need it. That's kind of how children are too, right? At least mine are.
Should I try a different one? Oh, now it's working.
All right. Fingers crossed, everyone. Please help the speaker. But without further ado, let's give a round of applause to Mukaram. And,
Yes.
Don't clap, people. See what happens. All right, let's switch dongles.
Should I try this one? It's a different adapter, maybe.
Don't breathe. Don't move. Let's wait and see.
Yeah. Okay, so thanks to everybody. I'm Mukaram, and thank you for having me here. I'm really pleasure to be here and to talk to you about some lessons I've learned from actual situation at home and at work. The title of my presentation is How My Children Forced Me to Adopt DevOps at Home, and how the same practices could be helpful also at work too. So I will start with a small example about how you do some actual real-life work. So let's say you want to clean your home, and assumably you have more than one room. So let's say if you start with 4 rooms, the basic stuff to do is to go through all rooms and do the exact same practice. So if you want, for example, to vacuum, when you have plugged your vacuum cleaner, the intuitive way to do that is to go through all homes, all rooms, and clean them all. If you are mopping, it also sometimes, or usually you do that by mopping every single room because you have everything at your hand. And usually that works also very well. So if you have a room of four, or a home of 4 rooms, living room, bedroom, a kitchen, and a foyer, you will end up with having like a plan like this one. So you remove the furniture, so you have place for vacuuming, for mopping. You do these 2 activities, the vacuum and the mopping, and then you return everything back. Of course, it's simplified, so you may have some additional steps, like at the kitchen you may need also to clean the stove, but that's basically speaking how it works. So it will take you maybe 1 or 2 hours, and you will be done with everything. It turns out that works only when you are not interrupted. So now let's get in some children into the game, and that change everything. So now while you are vacuuming, one of your children will start to vacuum because he likes the sound of the vacuum cleaner. So somebody will take that, you're blocked, and that child, and I have one of those like, who just loves to vacuum, will take the vacuum cleaner, and you are blocked. At that time, maybe a different child wants to eat something, so you have to go to the kitchen, turn the furniture back because that child has to sit somewhere, give them something to food, and basically you have also to repeat some steps. You have to remove the furniture again at the kitchen, you have to do some vacuum cleaning. Maybe that interruption happens later at your work while you're mopping. Some of your children maybe needs to sit somewhere or eat a bag of cookies or whatsoever, and now you have to re-vacuum the living room. Maybe you're just too tired because that took you, instead of 1 or 2 hours, 3 hours, and it's too late, and you are not allowed to vacuum anymore because it's after 10 o'clock. Maybe you end up never returning the furniture back because you're tired and it's too late. This situation happens every time you try to do that, and it's basically very frustrating. You end up having like a permanent construction site at home, similar to maybe a German Autobahn, where you see some construction sites, nobody is doing anything, no progress, but it always feels like a construction site for years. So at some point you realize that will not work. You need somehow to optimize that workflow. If you look back at this workflow, the basic problem with it is it takes too long for the first room to be ready. And in that time, like from the beginning where you started removing furniture to the step where the living room is done, actually you don't have any workable room at home because everything is removed, and you don't have a room to send the children to, like stay there while I'm doing stuff. And you try to optimize this workflow, and you end up dividing the home in multiple steps. Like, I'm happy if I'm done today with the living room, maybe I can focus later on a different room. So you end up doing every single step for one room, finish that room, and then moving on to the next room. If you have a closer look at this approach, you see it's actually just small batches. Like you don't want to deliver the whole home at once. You are happy if you clean one room and you are done then with that and ready to move to the next room immediately, or maybe a day later or whatsoever. Also, having an interruption in this workflow would mean less damages, because at worst you will have to repeat the steps you have done for one room and not for every room. It turns out it's very similar to what you can have at home, have to work. Having children at home is like having, let's say, a chaos monkey unplugging stuff all over the time, and you have to react to that and be always ready to do something. A small introduction to my company, because it's relevant, because I will be also talking to you about how we change the culture, how we manage to get there where we are, and to adapt from our perspective, like to be able to deliver quickly and flexibly. So my company is named Suru. We started as a company, maybe you have heard of, Grohe. You know it for a sanitary product. You probably have seen some of the faucets, it's bathrooms, like everywhere. And we started with the first product with a digital accompanying app for it. The device on the above, it's a guard, which is a water sensor you install in the pipeline. It measures your water withdrawal, it measures your consumption, And it's able also to detect anomalies and to shut down your water supply in case it detects, for example, a pipe break or any water leaking. The smaller devices at the bottom we call them sensors. You can position them in some places where you may expect water to leak out, for example, at the washing machine. If they detect water, they will also communicate with the main device to shut off your water supply. So it was the first IoT product at the company, at Grohe, which is like a traditional company for creating hardware. And it was successful. We started with that, and then we shifted, like we adapted to some knowledge of the market. And now we are a separate company called Suru, like a sister company of Grohe, and we have changed in the way we do business a lot. So we started with the company with no programmers at all. Like we were outsourcing all development activities to companies. So like a few companies helped us build these products. And then we started to focus more on building stuff in the company, to having a team internal to the company, to shift from, or to offer additionally to the B2C solution a B2B, so where we are targeting insurer, and we were providing insurer not only with the prevention of water damages, but also with some insights about how water behavior, how they can reduce wastes, and of course how to reduce the payouts for water damages. We did this shift like from one extreme of the spectrum to the other end. And while we are doing that, we had two requirements which we like always have to balance between them. First requirement is how to respond to a changing landscape. So said a lot has changed, how we develop software, our customers, how to do that. And also we needed to provide our customer with a stable environment. And we had always to balance between them. Like if we change nothing, then it's very stable, like nothing will break. But if we had to adapt rapidly, we have to change, then stuff could break. And we needed to have a balance between that. But also we needed to be able to respond more fastly. So during the last years, we have moved from the beginning where we didn't have any schedule for deployment, like every few months something new will come out, to go through deployment every 6 weeks, every 4 weeks, every 2 weeks, like a factor of the number of weeks needed in one sprint. And our next step, which we hopefully be able to do soon, is to have an on-demand deployment, which is assumably like more often than once every 2 weeks. So we go step back and we see at the beginning where we're having some issues to adapt very rapidly. What were the problems at that time? When we looked into that, we found out it was like kind of spiral where we were stuck in the middle of that. We have changes, and every change can break a lot of stuff, which means we have very long testing phases. We have to test not only new features, but also everything else which may have also been broken while something else was developed, which means releases were delayed oftenly, and while the development went on, means the pipeline or the backlog were getting bigger and bigger, which also we need to test more for the next time. So it was like a spiral, and we were caught in the middle. And we needed to break it. So the first step, of course, is to identify where are the bottlenecks, what are our constraints. For us at that point, it was pretty easy, like to see, okay, we are spending too much time in the testing, how we can break that, how can we reduce the number of errors we are finding in every test cycle so we can bring stuff out more quickly. To buy some time, the first step for us was to see the errors, like to not see the error in the production, to see them while they're happening, like as soon as they're better. So we had to install and monitoring, to monitor everything, to install telemetry, like to monitor not only errors, but also the usages, like if we are, for example, if we are talking in terms of accessing database, let's say DynamoDB, which you measure in read units. So if we always have 5 read units every minute, and sometimes we are only having 3, you can say there is some problem. So there is alarm, and let somebody have a look into that. And we are also, of course, live testing for the running system, so kind of monitoring, simulating of devices, sending data, receiving them, just to be able to see problems while they happen. And that helped us a lot. Like not prevent us from doing errors, but being able to see the errors as fast as possible bought us a lot of time. So at that time then we could have a deeper look into the problem, why we were having these problems in the first place. After we did that, we figured out we could reduce the factors creating these errors to 3. One factor was the complexity of the code. It was getting out of hands, how complex any change would be. We had deployment errors, and we had too many handoffs between teams, inside the same team, and context switches. So we went down to addressing these points one by one. About code complexity, one issue we had at the beginning, it was very different coding styles. As I said in the beginning, we were depending on multiple companies to deliver our source code. And usually when working with external companies, people are changing very often, which means like people will have less time to get into the team, and they go after periods. We have new people with maybe new ideas, new coding styles, and sometimes it's even possible to see like who has written this piece of code at which time, just from the style of it. Unit tests were outdated, so we had them, like if anybody could ask, yeah, sure, we have them, but they were not running automatically, which means they were outdated. They did not reflect the status of the code. Somebody wrote these unit tests at one point, they were running, but then stuff were changed and nobody updated the unit test. And generally speaking, the language we were using, JavaScript, didn't encourage refactoring, which means if it's working, like we had it just right now with the notebook, if it's working, don't touch it. If you touch it and break it, it's yours. So it was not doing it well, because as you saw, it's entropy. It's like it will get worse. Code will get worse through time. You need to do something against that to make it better. That's why we started an initiative to improve the quality, like quality of the software, quality of everything we had in the system. First step was to use a more developer easier language. So not here into getting in the war of dynamic typing and static typing, but we changed to TypeScript. Everything new was written in TypeScript, so that's the advantage of TypeScript and JavaScript. You can use both of them in one project, and whenever we had to adapt something, we have modified it to TypeScript. TypeScript had the advantage of having better developer experience, like just the typing, the additional information you have as a developer is just worth it. It has a richer domain model. Domain modeling is a fancy word of saying invalid states are impossible, more or less, but it means like you are guided through the valid cases, and usually you seldom will end up in an invalid state. You are having a possibility to detect errors faster while you go, like because just the compiler, the transpiler will tell you about the errors. And also you have easier or better refactoring experience because the tools have more information to start with. So whenever you want to refactor the code, the tools will be much better. It will give you actually advices that you can follow. That was one step, and then we wanted to also improve the quality, like also for new changes, how we get there. So we said, okay, let's use all tools as possible. Like everything which can help us is like using the low-hanging fruits. If there's a tool which can help us, let's use it. That's why we built a quality gateway. This quality gateway, like whenever somebody creates a pull request, which means even before your code gets into the main branch, a lot has happened to make sure your code is valid and a good quality. So we will run all unit tests, and we'll also run integration tests, and we also will make sure that you have tests with minimum coverage. Like we define a number which we then increase during time. We also run static code analysis. So we are detecting with SonarQube or SonarCloud, we're detecting code smells, errors, and also we could enforce unified coding styles. It didn't matter at that point who was coding, because the tool were forcing some kind of styles which we cared of. And of course, like because we were using a cloud environment, it was possible to deploy every pull request. Like every time something happened, you want to add code, just deploy it, run it on a live system, or more or less similar to the live system, and see if everything is okay. That helped well with the code quality. Then we figured out we have problems when the deployment. And why we have them, I'll come to that point now. The issues were described in this way. We could have errors in every stage. So we were having 4 stages: a development stage, a staging one we called, and pre-prod and prod. And errors could happen in every stage, like even new errors which weren't available or weren't there in the previous ones. The issue with that was we have, and I mean, of course, it's like a DevOps and the DevOps, but in this case, we are very clear separation. There were even 2 different companies. So we have a company which is writing the code, and we have the company which is responsible for operating it, for live monitoring it, for deploying it, for the resources for that. And every company had like an ownership of 2 states, and between those, we had a handoff, and this handoff contains a lot of stuff. Like, of course, the code needs to be deployed, but also a description of the infrastructure that you need, which kind of components will be there. I need an access to that database, I need a different table in that database, I need a queue to write some messages into, and also usage patterns, like I will be using this database more, so please increase the alarm thresholds. And that was done at this point. And which means like, okay, so somebody will define that, will write that as a code for the pre-prod, and then you will run it on pre-prod, and then you need to figure out, did that work? Was the description enough to have the system which were already running on staging now running on pre-prod? Or like was something missing in this description? So we said that will not work. We need to have a different way of doing that. That's why we, although there's still 2 different companies, that's why now everybody is involved at the development of any feature. So it's basically one team. Whenever we define a feature, no matter how small that, even it's a minor change, like everybody will be in the team. And we made sure that the environments are identical. They were not in the beginning. We made sure that all environments are identical. Otherwise, no need to have them in the beginning. So if every environment is different, why you have multiple of them? And we also made the ownership of the code common to everybody. So it's not like the code is owned by dev team and something else, the code for the infrastructure owned by somebody else. Everybody in that team was responsible for the code that the team produced, which made it much easier to actually produce production-ready code from the beginning. At the level of pull request, the code was done to be deployed everywhere and has everything in it which needed. The alarms, the monitoring, the infrastructure, and of course the code itself. Like one minor thing which we also modified is what we used to have like 3 branches in GitHub, because said, okay, we have like 3 environments which were matters, staging, pre-prod, and prod. So we have 3 branches, and whenever you put something in one branch, it will be deployed to that one, plus infrastructure which was deployed like manually, not out of the branch, but yeah, that's how it was before. And we said we need to bring that closer to one source, because we were having, for example, problem in pre-prod which was not there on staging, just because sometimes you have to cherry pick from one branch to the other, which means you will introduce new bugs on the way, because it will be just fast forward. Okay, so we adapted this strategy. Like there are a lot of videos online about trunk-based development. So a very good one from the Build conference, Microsoft. I don't remember the name of the guy who did it, but yeah, there are a lot of videos about that. And for the releases, now we were just taking this main branch which we had, which also had the continuous delivery to one of the environment. We now say, okay, every 2 weeks, we will take a branch of it, we will deploy it to pre-prod and prod. If we have to do bug fixing, we will do that on main. And we need also maybe to cherry pick it for the production. But after this 2 weeks, that branch is dead. Nobody is using it. We will make a different branch for the next deployment, which means our deployed branches are always very close, if not identical, to master. These both changes enabled us to reduce the risk to fail. If something will will fail, it will fail in the beginning. It will not fail when you deploy it. It will not fail when the customer sees them. It will fail at the beginning. And that was like a major change. We still have maybe errors, but they are not visible to anybody else except for the team, because we will be able to find them as they happen. Then we had like the last point, which is about too many handoffs. So the first handoff which I talked about was between the infrastructure handoff between the developers and the operation team. That we have now already taken care of. We have one team, there is no handoff, there is only cooperation, and when a pull request is created, everybody has signed it off, the developer and the operation team, so it's already there. But also we had different kind of technical handoff between technical teams. I will come that in the next slide. And also we were having a lot of context switches because we are having deployment cycles, which means at one point you're done, but the next step is blocked because you have to wait for the next deployment to be able to react to that. So how we fix the handoff between the technical teams? At the beginning, we have the team structure like this one, where we had the three major components. Let's say we have the device, which is like the physical device you have at home, showed in the beginning. We have two teams or one team now for the backend with cloud backend on AWS, and we have an app team. And every feature could have like touch one, two, or even three of these teams. Of course, there were different teams for big data, for some other parts of the system, but simplified, we have three teams. And for one feature to be done means every team had to do something with that, and which means also there are a lot of handoffs between these teams. So if the device creates something, like sending new kind of data to the backend, then there must be somebody on the backend to handle this data, and if you want to show it in the app, you need to adapt the app for that. So there were a lot of handoffs in between, and that's why we changed the team structure. We have created what we call cross-functional teams, which means one team, one feature-focused team that may change, like not every sprint, not every 2 weeks, but that may change. But at least when they are working in one team, they are focusing on one feature. And you have everybody you need for that feature there, from the device, from the cloud, or from the app. That doesn't fix everything because we still have different deployment cycles. So for the back end, you can deploy every 2 weeks or like every 1 day if you want to. And then for the app, if you want to deploy it or to have a new version every week, that could be possible. But for a device, which is a physical one running somewhere, that's not possible because you need to make sure it's not break the device. So you have to take a lot of more care measurements before you can deploy something new. But still, like having this kind of cross-functional team helped a lot. So one last step, and like it's like you have always thing to do. So it's not like we will do this one step and then we are done. We can all go home. But still, like why we say having a frequent deployment is meaningful and why it makes sense. Let's say we have a feature which will take two days. Currently, if you do work on that, you have it in 2 days. Then you have to wait for it to be deployed to pre-prod, where actually user with actual devices. Okay, field testers we call them, but actual user can test that on pre-prod. And then whenever that's done, may be satisfied, maybe need to do something, but then you have to wait until the next prod deployment, which will happen 1 week later, which means from the time where you started to the time where you can get actually feedback from actual users, not only from the field test users, could take a few weeks. Now, when we will switch, and hopefully soon, to a more frequent deployment, that will change radically. Like, we can focus on that. So whenever you have reached the end of the development, you can already release that feature to be tested by field testers. And whenever that's done, you can already be deployed to production to get actual feedback from customers, which will now, not only you will have less context switches in between, but also you will be able to get feedback much faster. And also you are not then, like, you not have a deployment cycle. So if a feature starts 2 days later, it will maybe finish also 2 days later, but it's not like then you have to wait for the next cycle for that. Hopefully that this step will be done soon. So the takeaways, like if you forget everything I said, well, how can be summarized? All these steps are about eliminating waste. First thing to take with you is quality does matter. It's not like just for your ego. It's not like code polishing. Quality actually does matter. If you provide quality code, it will help you to deliver faster. Always focus on small batches, like no matter what you're doing, cleaning houses, delivering software, helping customers, always deliver something in small batches. And also try to eliminate manual work in the deployment process, because it will take out the fear of changing, of modifying. It will take out the fear of improving your software in small batches. And reduce handoffs as much as possible. And with that, I come to the end of my presentation. Thanks a lot. If you have a question, thank you. Question, happy to answer them now or later.
Thank you so much. Well done. So we do have 2 questions on the screen. So let's see how well my reading skills are. Ooh, 3.
Oh, more.
So let's start 4. So let's start with the question, how did you convince your leadership to spend time on this? I can imagine that fighting fires is obviously much more important.
Because at one point, if they trust you, they will ask you, of course, why we have these fires in the first place. Okay, so I'll go here. Okay, and basically that's what you have to, like, if you see the fires, you can explain why did that happen, how we could prevent them, and of course it's again small batches. If you do a small batch, even in the improvement process, and you can show results very fast, that's a good motivation to invest more in the improvement process.
Awesome. And so one more question for the hallway track, so we'll not answer it here. But how do you make your children not spread dirt from the not clean rooms into the clean rooms? I'll leave that one up to the hallway track. Go find him during lunch after the talks. And thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
All right. So next up is our good friend Arjen de Ruiter. And he's going to talk about how to scale efficiently and still stay fast. But of course, we have to see and pray to the laptop gods to make a presentation work.
It will work. In the meantime...
Did you try turning it off and on again?
That's a good tip. Maybe we should ask an IT guy.
Oh. Is there an IT guy in the room? No? No one?
I actually selected the wrong option, but I can do it like this. Here we go.
Here we
All
go.
right.
All right, give him a round of applause, Arjen. Good luck. Have fun.
E-commerce, and e-commerce is having a pretty tough time. So like results, plans in January this year versus achievement so far, not so good. How are your results doing so far? Like, who is kind of below budget compared to what you expected this year? Is everybody doing good? Yeah, some honest people indeed. No, meh. Yeah, so when I, like what you said, it's about scaling. When I submitted the talk, I thought, let's talk about scaling up. But then I more and more realized, like, okay, who's actually still scaling up? Because the venture capital is drying up and the revenue is not going that fast anymore. But still, I found it a useful talk, because I do think that if you understand the principles behind scaling, you also understand how to be more efficient, or even how to smartly scale down. What's happening? Oh yeah, that was intended.
I will go sit down now.
No, this was not intended. This was not so much. Oh, there we are.
See, there we go.
but I think this device thingy doesn't work. Yeah, you see, I don't know what it is, but
Try this one.
try this one. You're killing me, man. Just the wrong. Somebody left another device here. Somebody tried to trick me. It's yours or what? Oh, okay. Yeah, so flat is a new up, basically. So, yeah, but then still principles behind scaling still very relevant to make the right decisions if you scale down. If you ask me, still a useful talk. Who went by public transport today? Yeah, good. Who passed the central station in Eindhoven? Also a few. Yeah, so if you, but then you went by bus probably? Yeah, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, if you would have exited on the other side, there's a very nice coffee shop there. So not coffee shop as in blowing, but as in actually coffee. Yeah. I think it's about 6 years ago or something that I had an appointment with a founder of a SaaS company in Eindhoven. He responded to a post of mine on LinkedIn. And he said, yeah, we've got that problem. Can you talk to me? So I said, okay. If you give good coffee, I always talk to you. What he then started talking about is, you know, we had 5 people. Now we have 10 people, but we're not twice as fast. What can we do to make these tech people work harder, better, so that we are twice as fast? And so what I said to him, I can help you, but what I was thinking is that, yeah, dude, you are probably the problem and not the engineers. But, so, and that happened actually quite a few times for other companies that I talked to or reached out to me for some help. And what they're actually saying is, or what they actually expect, is they expect that it works like this, that if we add 5 people to a team of 5, that we double the output. And later, so I joined them on temp basis, then later I returned after like half a year or something for another assignment. It was the same topic, like, yeah, now we are with 10, we were with 10, we went to 20, it's still not twice as much. And that's because people expect this. But this is what really happens if you don't take action. And that's the difference between what sometimes stakeholders or managers expect and what we as engineers actually know. And interesting thing is that in this case, that founder of the company wants to stay close to the black line, but of course we also want to stay close to the black line. Imagine if you're hired somewhere here on this part, it wouldn't make you happy, right? Actually, if you're hired on the right side of the chart, you wish they had Backstage of Spotify, because it would have helped you to onboard faster, and tools like that actually help you get closer to the black line. What causes this? Anyone? What causes that companies are often on the orange line instead of the black one? Training, coordination, communication. Sorry? Processes, yeah. Yeah. Also this morning mentioned by, I think it was Philly in the talk about Spotify model, is one word, dependencies. And that is like communication, but also knowledge transfer, of which you could solutions like Backstage, for example, or in general, it's what I often refer to as dependencies. And the more, whether it's dependencies in code or in teams, one person knowing all, being in that other team, and we cannot make decisions, so we need to go to the other team. It slows us down, but it slows the other team down as well. Or me making a code change in a piece of code that is also deployed by other teams and owned by other teams. Or maybe the platform, if I can build, deploy, and run myself in a self-service mode, would help you stay closer to the black line compared to if I need to create a ticket and get something in return from a platform person. So this is what people expect, but it's how it's actually working. And what I've done is I've developed some visuals that I use with customers that I talk to and engineers to actually create a common language, because for what people often discuss is that often from engineering side people start to talk in terms of buzzwords. Excuse me if you're offended, but it just happens a lot. So we throw terms like DevOps, SRE, microservices, cloud computing, but they are a means to something, and they help you achieve something that actually the people on the left also want to achieve. So there's no like contradiction or something in what we want to achieve. It's just that people tend to move to practices really fast. And then the practices become a goal in itself, and you start to have a disconnect between stakeholders and managers. Or tools instead of practices. So I personally, for example, don't really have a problem with SAFe. Sorry if you have, but I'd more have a problem if SAFe is the goal in itself. And that's actually what often happens. That is, for example, pushed down from the top. But same with architectural patterns. If you do microservices, no issue with that, but it's not a goal in itself. What do you want to solve with it? And when is it micro enough? If I have 4 teams and I want to make independent, do I need 30 services? I don't know. Could be. So that's what I've developed, and the visuals that I've used in this talk, that I use them to align between different people in the organizations, and only then we step into practices and tools, so that we make sure we choose the practices and tools that really solve our problem, which is getting closer to that black line. For that, for the principles I use, so talking principles first before we dive into tools and practices. For the principles I use, I have 3 examples. The first one is this: I drive in a Toyota IQ. I'm not obviously a big car fan, otherwise you wouldn't do that. I went to the Toyota dealership and I asked for the cheapest and the smallest one, and there was the IQ. Well, good deal. It's 10 years old. It's 100K by now. I drive it quite a lot. And it has some damage. Not my fault. So estimation, what would it cost? Toyota IQ, it's a 2-seater, 100K, a little bit of damage. Estimate. How much cost? 20 bucks. 7,000? 8? 4? 5? Okay. Yeah, I paid 6 for it. They should have had you as a customer. You paid more for it. So in general, except for so you have if you remove the outliers, the 20 bucks and the above 8, then people get close to the 4 or 5 range. And that's, I think I would pay 3, 4, 5 for it now. So if it's like small, it's easy to estimate. If I would now ask you all to go outside to the parking lot over there and estimate all the cars in the same time, so in 1 minute, you wouldn't be able to do that, because yeah, a few are far away, I can't see them, there's different sizes, different ages and so forth. So you would probably have like millions differences. So first principle, small over large. Other one, who has solar panels? Yeah, so I think it's 1/4 who has solar panels. Yeah, so imagine that the people with solar panels also have a battery at home, which is currently not the case in the Netherlands really. The energy company is your battery, but let's say you have a battery. Then the other 75% are dependent on the big power plant. So if that one goes down, you're all impacted. Huge fault domain. If I would have local power supply with a battery, I would not be impacted. So the second principle here is autonomy over dependency. So if you do things more autonomous, it helps you to scale better. Third one and last one, people complain about traffic jams in the Netherlands. Actually, if you Google 405 California, then you're pretty happy with your traffic jam in the Netherlands. This is really like permanent, terrible stuff. What I try to visualize is that the more you can do in parallel, the faster things go. and also in this case in like freeways, the more lanes you have, the faster things flow. Yesterday I drove to Rotterdam on the A15, and that has 2 lanes, pretty bad, get stuck pretty quickly. Same time A2 was pretty good still. But also what you see here again, a small over large, because in the A15 to Rotterdam, a lot of trucks and large work packages tend to slow things down really well. It's not flexible. And maybe also large teams or large deployable units compared to things small. But the essence here is parallel over in sequence. So then there's 3 principles that you can apply: small over large, parallel over in sequence, and autonomous over dependent. And these principles I try to apply to several important things like your team structure, your architecture, your way of working, and your technical platform. And then you can think about how do we make smaller teams that are not small, too small, so that you become again highly dependent on others, also not too big so that you get too many communication lines. But also in terms of architecture, how do you make smaller components so that these smaller teams can work in parallel? And a platform, how do you make a platform where autonomous teams can build independent service on a self-service platform that scales? If you apply these principles to these 4 domains, you can actually start choosing your practices. So that's where you start to choose your practices. And only then think about, hey, what tools and practices shall we use? So don't do DevOps or SRE or move to the cloud or do Scrum or Safe or whatever just because everybody else does it. Sometimes that's a nice reason. Maybe if everybody does it, you start thinking, well, should I not do it? But in the end, they're just practices and tools come and go. But principles stay. And the nice thing is that today, for example, Backstage is maybe a platform solution that helps teams to become more independent and faster. But a new version may help even more, and in 5 years' time there will be something else that helps even more. But the principles stay. And that's a nice way to discuss with product owners, stakeholders, managers, like what do we put on a backlog so that on one hand we deliver features, on the other hand we focus on improvements in team structure, processes, architecture and so forth, so that we stay close to the black line instead of just pushing for features. So this is what I do with companies, and then I fill in the practices in the cells, and only then we start executing on these practices in a certain order of priority. But this is output. This is just output. So now I move from the orange line maybe closer to the black line. Everybody happy? Actually not everybody happy, because the guy at the coffee shop still thinks that he doesn't get what he wants. And that's because there's something that's more important than output. And what's that? Customer. Happiness, expectation. Money, yes, money. So outcome, yeah. So which is in commercial organizations translated to money. Yeah, there's also companies organizations who are not about the money, but most probably are. Yeah. So and then for that I use another definition of productivity, so not so much output. How would you measure output, by the way, before we get into that? So how would you measure that we stay closer to the black line? That's the good answer, because I wouldn't do it. I would not measure output, because if you measure output, like, yeah, it always has side effects. And I think that's also a reason why what Susanne said in Spotify, you don't measure like how how does actually such a tool help you be more productive, but there's other measures that make it very likely that you become more productive, like developer happiness. And if you want to measure something related to output, you could also use the 4 metrics from, as written in the book, Accelerate. So the speed metrics like time to market and deployment frequency, or the stability metrics like change fail rate and time to resolve. But they're not a goal in itself. So I can deploy very frequent, but it doesn't mean that I get good results. But on the other hand, highly successful companies are in general doing pretty well on these 4 metrics. That's basically what the book states. So if there's something in output you want to measure, then I would go for that, or developer happiness. What you can measure is outcome, because that's often sales, the money. And there's one book and one author that has a nice definition of productivity that I like, and that's from the book The Goal by Goldratt. And quite some people probably heard about it or read some blogs on it. Does anybody know how Goldratt defines productivity? I heard throughput. Who said throughput? Oh, yes, throughput, yeah. So productivity, according to Goldratt, is throughput divided by your cost to get to that throughput. And throughput is defined as sales minus the variable costs to generate and support that sales. Now this becomes interesting because, of course, as engineers, we should be focusing on getting high output so that we can deliver a lot of solutions so that relatively the operating expenses are in control. But productivity highly depends on whether the features that we build are actually also being sold well, whether customers adopt them, whether they generate revenue. And this is actually something that why I said to the person at the coffee shop, like when I was thinking like, yeah, you're probably also part of the problem, is that it's often the feeling of low productivity is not just about the output, it's often also related to companies that are not doing that well in revenue. Then the productivity question starts to raise. So interesting thing is that what I've seen in a lot of SaaS companies is that the initial features that they launched with, they are basically their big selling product. And then they raise some venture capital, they start adding new features, but these features are often not that successful as the initial features. Result is, well, and while they are maybe commercially not as successful as the initial feature, they cost as much to build, they're not less complex. So what you see at companies in that stage is that, of course, revenue might be growing, but the cost of generating that revenue is growing faster because, yeah, the new features might not generate that much revenue, while the cost to build them is equal. And that's, I've worked it out in this model. It's a long tail of product features. What a lot of SaaS companies have, but I also think if you look at online portals of companies like banking or e-commerce, there's a few features that all customers use, or a few features that a lot of customers use, and there's a lot of features that a few customers use. And that's often in SaaS the case, but also if I go to, for example, the Rabobank website, yeah, everybody uses it to pay it, but there's like really loads of other features that hardly anyone is using. At least I don't really. But they did cost a lot of money to build. And that also contributes to that feeling of lower productivity. But it's not an output problem, that's a revenue problem compared to the output that was needed for that. So in summary, next time when I do a coffee chat with somebody like this, I just do that again, but I take my visuals with me and I take the person through this story because he was not the first one, and then I start with the bottom one because they think it's about output, but often it's about the outcome that's lacking. What really helps is to focus on the productivity as Goldratt defined it. If you make sure that your revenue compared to the cost made for that revenue is in line, then often people don't complain about productivity at all. However, on the other hand, the more output we generate instead in terms of productivity of engineers, the quicker we can do development cycles and learn and get to features that actually generate a lot of revenue. So we should still be focusing on output as engineers. However, we should also take ownership together with the product owners and stakeholders that the things we're actually doing are actually generating revenue, because that's in the end the true productivity. Productivity in terms of outcome and not in output. And if you do that well, you avoid the discussion about output. You're still responsible for making sure you increase it, and that you stay close to the black line instead of getting on the orange line. But bottom line, it's about productivity according to Goldratt. So that's it. I made it on time. I was in between you and the lunch, so I thought it would be good to kind of speed it up. It's a really bad position to be in. I did share quite some resources on my personal page. So the references to books, articles, and other materials I've created myself or shared here are there, so you can download them and read them and dive a bit more into things like universal scalability law, how other companies do that. I wrote some summaries of books that I dropped there as well, like Accelerate, and I hope that helps you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Arjen. So I like how a talk about, scaling and keeping speed is sped up by about 5 minutes. I appreciate that. So we do have a little bit of time before lunch. I know we're a little bit late, but I do want to see if there's any questions to ask Arjen. So I see one, and I'll ask it. As an engineer, how can I make this revenue problem clear to management?
So what I always ask stakeholders is that if we do something like a sprint demo or whatever your practices are, but let's say you do like a periodic sprint demo, that's not just to show what you did as an engineer, that's also to invite the stakeholders to tell what they did with the features you delivered last time. So I think that demo works in both directions, and it often doesn't happen. So what I always ask is, when my teams present, I invite the stakeholders to share the achievements they made with the features delivered. And if you do that consistently, that also forces people to think in those terms before they actually put something on the backlog. Yeah.
All right. So I'll leave the other question to the hallway track, because
Sure.
lunch is standing right next door outside the main auditorium. So we'll go have lunch now. Please do find him if you have any other questions. Let's give him a round of applause. And then hold on, before you leave, we'll push back the timing with about 15 minutes. So we'll be back here at 1:45. Enjoy lunch. I'll see you.
Welcome back. Oh, apparently I need to wait another minute. Are we really too early? Nah, everybody's here. So, how was lunch? So before we start with the most fun part of the conferences, we have a short commercial break.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Steven. I'm from Palo Alto Networks. I don't know how many of you have heard of Palo Alto Networks. Maybe. Ah, that's good. Okay. Probably most of you have known us for the firewalls that we make for quite a long time. But we also do cloud security, and I want to tell you a few things about that. It's called Prisma Cloud, and it's a CNAPP platform, Cloud Native Application Protection Platform. We have a few principles, but I won't bore you with all 5 of them. So I will share 3 of them, and the first one is code to cloud. We secure from code to cloud, which actually means that we integrate within VS Code, for example, to have developers write better code or not misconfigured code. We scan for misconfigurations, the base images that you use in a Docker file, things like that. We fully integrate within CI/CD. We scan container images, and that goes all the way up until your application is allowed and not vulnerable. Then we can deploy it in a cloud environment like Kubernetes. We scan it there as well. We scan container images. We bring runtime security for Kubernetes, serverless, but also virtual machines. And we do that in cloud environments. We scan the configurations, data security, and that's actually the cloud part. So from left to right. This is why I'm wearing also the Shift Happens t-shirt, which is something that we try to tell as much as possible, that we bring security from the left side to the right, where we also do API and application protection. Was my time over?
Time's up.
Oh, no way.
Time's up.
Time's up. Okay, that was the most important, so thank you.
Time was up and the mic was off.
Thanks, everyone. I'll try to keep it a bit shorter. So first of all, we're from Contrast, and we're the beer sponsor today, or actually beverage sponsor this year. Yeah. And we actually have a raffle on our booth for this cool Darth Vader. So stop by to our booth and register for the raffle. And in short, Contrast Security, we do application security, but then in a way that developers like it. Fast, accurate feedback, and that scales very well. Thank you, guys.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Pleasure to be here. My name is Veronica. I'm from the Cloud Legends and Kabisa. Today, I'm not here to talk to you about all the business activities we offer to our customers, because it's boring. But today, I'm here instead of it to talk to you about the place where the magic happens, and that's Cloud Legends. It's a company where my colleagues don't just come to do their jobs. It's a place where they practice their craftsmanship. It's a place where we cherish curious mentality and even a certain level of, if I may so, nerdiness. And it's also a place where we embrace our software development heritage from Kabisa by approaching infrastructure as a code. So simply, it's a place where you can reveal your genius. I would love to tell you more, but I am thinking my time is up. Please visit our stand. We have an amazing adventure ready for you. It's called Meet Us in the Clouds, and we mean it quite literally. So thank you and enjoy your talks.
So, next up are the Ignites. Who knows what an Ignite is? And that's everybody. So, Ignites, for those who don't know yet, is basically a fun format. Speakers get 5 minutes. They have 20 slides. Every 15 seconds, the slide is going to auto-forward. So it's basically break it or make it. It's 5 minutes. If the topic doesn't interest you, that's the perfect time to read your mail. But just be back when the next speaker is on. And Joost is going to be the first one. you ready, Joost? Okay. Good luck.
Thank you. Hi all, welcome to my Ignite talk about how to create and maintain happy DevOps teams. And hopefully I don't talk too much because I only have 15 seconds per slide. So let's go on. Well, my colleague Veronica just introduced Cloud Legends. So Cloud Legends is specialized in cloud and DevOps services. And we have offices in Weert, Eindhoven, and Amsterdam. And today I want to share some tips and best practices which I've gathered for the last decade working in DevOps teams. And my goal is that you pick at least one tip and introduce it within your team next Monday. And tip number one is introduce the concepts of guild or knowledge groups in your organization. And important is that you organize guild meetings on a regular basis and that every voice is heard. So in the Karate Kid movie, Mr. Miyagi makes Daniel polish his cars to learn the basics of karate. And this principle can be applied to learning new tools or frameworks as well. So I would say never skip the basics. And getting a certificate is good for bragging at a party, but the certificate itself doesn't say that much, does it? However, it's a perfect way to learn a new skill in a structured way. And when finding projects for your team, it's fundamental that you focus on getting projects that are interesting and challenging, but not overwhelming. So choose projects that just feels right for your team. And do retrospectives consistent and never skip them. You are creating a psychological safe working culture by doing good retrospectives. And you could highlight the positives as well. And everyone is in for a good joke during a meeting. It gets even the most serious topics into perspective. And if you don't have anything to add or to offer in a meeting, those jokes might save you. And keep the meetings interactive as well. So we start every meeting with an interesting live question, like shown on the cubes. And this gives connection and generates a really positive vibe. And giving kudos to colleagues is the perfect way to make the invisible visible. Compared to, let's say, a shiny front end, infrastructures are usually invisible or less visible. So let everyone know that your team contributes to a better good. And sometimes you should just choose a tool because it's fun or cool to work with. And that also keeps your team satisfied. Adopt SRE and culture and learn from the incidents in a blameless way. Look to outages as planned investments or unplanned investments. To get the most out of them, you could learn from them. Yes, always use infrastructure as code for demo environments, for proof of concepts, always. And don't forget, every server where you've logged on must be treated as compromised or lost. And when an incident happens for the second time, then it's time to fix it, right? Forever. And reserve time to fix it and do it together with your development team and also learn from the mistakes. And yeah, Susanne Daniels already mentioned it in a previous presentation today, so I don't have too much to add, but yeah, our brains are just not built to context switching. So, and it usually does not contribute to a good mood either. So just get rid of it. Oh, this is about pair programming. No, yeah, it's a misconception that pair programming costs more time and is less efficient. Well, it actually is efficient, and it's simple, fun, and a perfect way to share knowledge. The flock stands for first line of contact. Make it a steering role into your team. The flock is scheduled free to pick up unplanned work, and in this way the rest of the team can work with focus on their tasks without any interruption. Well, there are a lot of productivity tools, systems. Doesn't really matter which one you use, as far as colleagues can rely on each other, right? So effective personal productivity tools are maybe even more important. So that was my Ignite talk of today. If you have any questions related to the tips I share in this presentation, please come to the stand. And if I'm in a good mood, maybe you can get a coffee mug from me.
Next up is Esther, who's going to... No, I'm not going to spoil it. Most people know my opinion about this.
Okay, so I'm up and I'm here to talk to you about branching strategies. And I figured with only 5 minutes on the clock, it's more about speed dating than actual wining and dining. But we just had lunch, so I think I'm good with the speed dating part. Talking about DevOps, usually everyone talks about collaboration, source control, making sure that you have general centralized storage, and an option to share your finished code together. If we're talking about source control, usually people instantly talk about the synchronization of your code between that central storage and your local development machine. And to be honest, I didn't want to fill my 5 minutes with this cheat sheet and explaining all the terminology. I figured it would be much more fun to talk about branch strategies. And for me, branching strategies is like going on an adventure with your entire team, like walking on that paved path together, like happy, happy, joy, joy. But with every team, there's always 1 or 2 individuals in that team that like to just explore their own little sandy paths. So it's very natural to basically branch off. But how does that process really work? Right? It's not a big mystery because basically branching off means at some point you will come back to your team and share those adventures. And with nowadays source control tools, it's easy to create your own branch. It's just a push of a button basically, or adding a command to your tool set. And then you can go on your happy, merry way. Just do your own explorations, build your own code extensions, test them, do your own commits. It's like your own little very cool adventure. And by the time you are ready to share your code with the team again, it's just as simple as creating a pull request. And that's the signal to the team that you are ready to tell them what you discovered. And it also gives them an opportunity to have maybe some discussions or at least review your code. And if everyone really is excited about those findings as well, it's just a matter of approval. And then you can basically get your code merged back into that main branch. Right, that's what I figured. And that's the moment where you basically join the team again. And you can go on and have these cool shared adventures again on that very paved road. Sounds like fun, right? So now talking about branching strategies, because that was just creating one branch. And the cool thing about branching strategies, it's all about understanding at what time you create your own branch. Of course, you start with a main branch in production, but at some point, developers want to explore again, create new feature sets. So that's a clear signal to create a developer branch. But maybe that's not all, because development is usually focused on multiple features, right? That's what I figured. So you might even want to create a feature branch to just have like a smaller group focus on that one particular feature, but have the freedom to explore and experiment within that feature without that code messing up the development. Or maybe even just have your own little adventure again, just like that sandy road at the beginning. Because then you really have that freedom to have your own space, your own playground, so to speak. And I do understand that explaining this you have the power to create your own branch, might create this whole chaotic sprawl of branches. So I think the main, or at least the key takeaway that I would like to give you is that branching is more about understanding that you have that stable production code and have the opportunity to create new functionality or experimental spaces, playgrounds. But the main important thing about the branching strategy, that it's a team decision what strategy to follow, so that everyone within the team can feel comfortable and happy about using that branching strategy. And it's not set in stone. If you discover that you might need a special purpose branch in the future, feel free to start that discussion again within the team and see if that works better for you. And if you have any questions left, feel free to find me. I'm not going to make this about you, Floor. Feel free to find me. I'd be happy to have any more dinner conversations with you, because speed dating isn't just everything.
Next up, a talk about feature flags. Oh, no, sorry.
Great. So fun format for you maybe, not so much for me at least. But I have one pro tip: if you ever are so dumb to do this, then do the first 2 slides about the title and yourself, so you can talk about other stuff while mentally preparing for the next 4.5 minutes. I know most of you can read, so I'm not going to talk about myself. The topic I'm discussing today is resilience engineering. I'm going to tell you in 5 minutes what resilience is, what foundations resilience engineering is built on, and then talk about something called the socio-technical system. And at the end, we all know how to practice resilience engineering. It's not that hard. You can learn it in 5 minutes. Okay, so in our language, what we try to do when creating systems that can handle a little peak load and will survive in the future is do this stuff: create redundant systems, make sure that they can fall back, that there are failover strategies that you of course tested daily, that there are retry mechanisms in your code, so at the application and system level you are ready for an attack or a little peak load or a surprise. But the main problem with this type of thinking is that you're trying to make a very robust system, and what you're thinking about is mostly classical risk. And if we plot risk on 2 axes, where awareness and knowledge go from a little to a lot, then we see that there are 3 types of risks where robustness helps us, but to get a resilient system, you will have to mitigate something that we don't know, the unknown unknowns. So classical risks, those are easy, secrets, things you can extrapolate. Those you will mitigate against with robust systems, but with resilient systems, you can handle the unknown unknowns. If you would be a castle designer, for example, you could mitigate against all these risks, but in the future, your castle might be attacked by a virus transmitting nanobot dropped from a drone, and then your castle is useless. So what does a resilient system look like? Bone is a good example. Every time you put pressure on your bones by running or walking or falling from your bike while your wife is in the hospital pregnant with your second daughter, like I did, your bones get a little more robust or more resilient. And that's what you want on a system level. Every time you put pressure on the system, it should improve itself. Robust systems will break down over time. Resilient systems will improve themselves over time. So what do you need to do then? Do you need to minimize variance, write documentation, enforce stuff? Yes, but that's still robustness thinking. To get a resilient system, you need to do more. You need to shift focusing on the things that can go wrong and try to fix them in advance, and shift your thinking to making sure your system does better over time, create more success every day. And for that, you need to stop thinking about systems in terms of just technology. A bunch of features crammed together is not a system. There's also the operators like you and I, the developers, the users, and together they form the socio-technical system. So the technology and the human together, That's the system. That's systems thinking. And the thing you have in your head when thinking about a system is just a model. And all models are, yes, tough crowd, are wrong, exactly. So if I try to imagine a very simple system, like this one, like this one, like this one, then I'd imagine that if I press B, the light would go on. But what if it doesn't? I need to open the box, and then I need to reimagine the system as I was having it in my head. And if you are working at Netflix or Amazon or Twitter or Spotify or whatever these days, the system is much more complex than you are imagining. And it's impossible to get a complete picture. So that's not helping in preventing risk, and it's certainly not helping in improving success. So what you need to realize is that you need to practice the system. So the humans and technology need to be put under stress in game days or with chaos engineering or fire drills, and you need to learn what happens, not just with the technology. Don't just stare at the monitoring. See what people do, how they communicate, what processes they use, how people are talking with each other, and fix all of those. And if an accident happens, that should be regarded as a gift, because then you've discovered a boundary of your system. You need to look again at what happened and how people are reacting, share that information so the next time your system won't do the same thing again in the exact same situation, and be better over time. So, resilience is not just robustness, it's something besides robustness. It's about creating success, not preventing error, and it's about technology and the people interacting with it. Thank you. I'll share a link to this on Twitter after this, and have fun today. Bye-bye.
One more before the two more. Two more. No, two more. Or three more. I'm not sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, I'm Peter. Nice to see you all again. I know quite a bunch of you from former meetups, especially the Kubernetes meetup. And this is not a neck tattoo, but I had to update my photo. So I had to prepare this one in 2 days, or actually on the train yesterday, so please bear with me. This is super improvised. And it should be fun and engaging, but I'm gonna pull a bait and switch on you. I'm gonna talk to you about something nasty. We all know that we're in quite of an emergency. Who knows this? Show your, show your stripes. This is the temperature difference for the Netherlands year by year. And at Devopsdays Amsterdam, we had open spaces, and we were talking about this, and I discovered that there was actually a lot of people with climate and eco-anxiety. And this is becoming a real problem, because we have a lot of smart people in the room who are worried. We should be worried, because these are the 5 options that we have upcoming, and it's quite natural for you to feel some anxiety about it, and I think we should all talk about it more. What can you do about it? Go to a doctor if you're really bad, but there's some minor things that you can do. Please do them in a group. I started picking up litter with a group. It's not fixing everything. We go weekly through the canals in Leiden, and we pick up all the trash we can find. And we are quite popular at it, and good at it. This is a project in Leiden called the Grachtwacht, or plasticspotter.nl. This was something founded by the people or citizens in Leiden. Yes. It was originally founded by 2 PhD students. Over time we have gathered a group of 15 core volunteers that we can reach anytime, and like within an hour we'll have a bunch of people who will help out with something. 600 volunteers total. So we weekly go through the canals, collect everything, sort it by cans, plastic cups, whatever, and we count it, right? And by that you gather data. Also there's a nice little museum exhibit there. So examples of things that we tackled. We used to use disposable cups in Leiden for festivals. Now they're reusable cups, and you pay a deposit. Horeca waste, Corona waste we addressed, and this is the current one, which is the market, which is still creating a lot of waste, but at least they create signs for us that we can bounce back at them. This was because they moved the thing. So there's also some things that you can do at work. We are in a super polluting industry. We actually create more than the aviation industry by now. We're at, I think, almost 4% versus 2% on aviation. As a DevOps accessory, what can you do? Turn off your unused systems. Like this is, I'm gonna kick in some open doors. Just turn it off. If you're not using it, clean up. We are very bad at this. Second of all, yeah, make sure your utilization is better. So shrink stuff that's not being used and co-locate stuff on same processing power that can use it. And as SRE, you have a lot of power. You can actually make efficiency a requirement. So if people create bad code and you can prove it's bad code, make demands on the backlog. We can do that. As people in this room, we also have a lot of influence. Propose to your boss, hey, I don't want to travel by plane anymore. Can I get 2 days off, not me, but everyone in the company, to travel by train instead? Easy fix. And you can, of course, deny your labor to polluting industries. So Shell, whatever. And then finally, there's a blight on our industry and society, and it's called blockchain. Bitcoin creates the same amount of electronic waste as Holland yearly. This is terrible, and we should not accept this in our communities. So please oppose all of these blockchain fanatics. Thank you.
I think you misspelled criminals somewhere. We have one more Ignite before the commercial break. Toshan is awake, so he'll be able to talk.
So yes, this Ignite is Power Your Cloud. So most people think about cloud and they think about open source, which is very known in DevOps. But when you think about open source, you typically think about open source software. This talk is about open source hardware. So yes, I like to build stuff. So I use this acronym to build your own data cloud. That can be in a public cloud, that can be your private cloud, that can be hybrid cloud. But by trying to impose those clouds to use open source hardware, we can actually have more open source hardware available. And also that will trickle down into more commercially available retail devices. So one of the examples I will be talking about is Open Power. And now, of course, there's also CXL, which is the open source accelerator behind it. So this technology basically is now completely open source, which means you can go to the website and you can actually find the instruction set. You can build a processor compliant with this instruction set. It's a RISC-based processor in place of a CISC-based, so it's more aligned to the ARM ecosystem. It was originally developed by IBM, but now it's in hands of the foundation, which is under the Linux Foundation. So previously it was Big Endian for people who are more technical. Little Endian is the more commonly used one, but it's now BiEndian, so you can use any code anywhere. At least it should be portable for all software. This is some history about how much threads you can have on a machine. So if you want to go to higher scalability and if you want to have more sustainable data centers, this is a better solution because it's much more dense possibilities. Like I said, it's all open source, so even the firmware is open source. You can actually go to GitHub and look at the Opal repository. You will see there host boot, ski boot, and petite boot, which basically initialize your system. So if you don't like the way that your system is being initialized, you can actually change that. You could change how your fans work and change the temperature arrangement so that you can actually save some energy on that. The other part is the BMC. So there's a project called OpenBMC, and there's a project that we now started called LibreBMC. OpenBMC being the software stack, LibreBMC being the hardware stack, which means that you can actually have an FPGA which you program yourself and you can manage it yourself. That means you have full control over the system. There are no hidden components like in other machinery, which means that we can actually own what we have and not be hijacked by other people. These are some of the companies that run it. So obviously IBM as one of the core creators, but you have companies like Raptor which make more affordable machines, or Red Semi which is building a smaller type of machine which is more the retail and commercial end perspective of it. The software stacks that run it are these distributions. So you see it's almost major distributions have it available. We also have now the BSD community joining in, so they are also becoming available on it. So if you look at that, if you look at your normal traditional open source ecosystem, typically everything will run on this type of machine. One host machine typically can run about 1,024 VMs. If you run containers, it's much higher density on that. Like I said, most common open source software is currently available. So if you go to any popular distribution, you'll find them in there. Porting is typically very easy as it's majority of the time just recompiling, unless you have somebody who specifically wrote system-specific code. So yeah, these are other examples of software that has been tested. If you're already using any of these softwares and you want to have higher densities, that's much easier. One of the clusters that MariaDB tested, they were able to get 1.5 billion transactions per second. So if you really need that speed, you can get it out of this type of machine. And also all the other programming languages. So we now have support for Rust and Golang. So most of the newer type of software is available, but also any of the older stuff is also still available on it. And so in this way, we are trying to create an ecosystem that supports all open source software, but would be available on open source hardware where you could find the design, you could know what is happening, and you could understand what is running on your system. Thank you. One other little thing which is not part of the slides, we as in Chris and I run another conference called Config Management Camp, which is about infrastructure as code. Our CFP is open. There was some tweeting about it. Registration will also open very soon. So if you're interested, please check it out. Thank you.
Thanks, Toshan. I was about to say now a commercial break, and then he took over, but I was planning on saying the same, but now there's an actual commercial break.
Hi there. Yeah, that's my 1 minute of fame. I'm Harry. I work for Segeka. Hi, guys. Segeka has a booth in the back corner, in the left corner. We have a booth with a legacy game, legacy games like Mario, and that's also what we do in our business. We have customers with a lot of legacy applications, legacy stuff. And Segeka is a company which helps companies to bring IT services, bring cloud. For Segeka, I'm in a role of an architect and help companies bring their cloud, enable the customer, so the customer can enable their services to their customers as well. We are looking for new people, and we want to try add value to our people by bringing them to nice programs for learning. So that's what we do.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi everyone, hope you're enjoying today. And it's always tricky to give salespeople a mic because we won't give them back sometimes. My name is Roald Rugti, and I work for SysDic, which is the secure DevOps security platform. And what I wanted to announce during my 1 minute of fame is that the SysDic threat research team recently released the 2022 Cloud Native Threat Report. And it shed light on all the latest threats to public clouds, containers, Kubernetes, and cloud native application development. So next to the increased cryptojacking that we found by Team TNT, we also see more and more government-supported threat actors and civilian hacktivism taking sides in the ongoing geopolitical situation and tension in the world today. So what we see also is that the threat actors abuse the open ecosystems that we all rely on when developing our applications for evil and for profit, of course. So we find these threat actors littering Docker Hub with in their private repositories and littering all kinds of dangerous container images containing all kinds of unwelcome surprises. Oh, sorry. So if you want to educate yourself on that, please walk by the SysDic booth. And again, always tricky to give salespeople a mic. Thank you.
Other salespeople want to give a try?
Hi, I'm Reinier Landsman from Cert2Connect, expert partner of Checkmarx, and we're here today. Modern application development is influencing your security posture, meaning that you need to adopt security as early as possible during your development process, and we can do that for you with a Checkmarx One platform. It means that your risk landscape is continuously expanding with threats coming from microservices, open source, other elements like infrastructure as a code. Combining the results of scans of these landscapes give you a complete overview and image of where your real vulnerabilities are to react as quickly as possible. So what we say is shifting left together with Checkmarx One is for your organization controlling your risk in application security development, enabling your developers with the development within their IDE, having a view and learning from the vulnerabilities that they get. Thank you.
One more? One more.
I guess I get 7 minutes. And it already started, shit. Yeah, so my name is Niels. I work for Stormforge. If you're one of those companies, if you work for one of those companies that think that they are wasting at least 50% of their cloud spend, you should come and talk to us. We can help you in an automated fashion. Obviously, we use all the buzzwords. We have very cool machine learning, best in the industry. And we also have the biggest Lego boxes. So I'm going to end it within a minute. Let's all get a cup of coffee and come talk to us. We don't bite. We're the handsome guys with the bald heads. So thank you.
That was all of them? Okay, cool. Lost count. I also lost count of how many ignites we have. Do we? You think? You really think we've done them all? One more. Can I get the screen? So, who's done open spaces? Who likes them? Open spaces is what, for a lot of people, made Devopsdays what Devopsdays is. It's about talking to each other. It's not about sitting in the audience and listening. It's about talking about your experiences, talking about your problems, sharing ideas, and learning from each other. And that's what we're gonna do the rest of the afternoon. Well, there's still talks in here, but open spaces is what it's gonna be about. There's two whiteboards there. We're going to start with filling them up. But this afternoon, I really want to focus on this. Sometimes people say we didn't really like the open spaces. It really is about you. You get to choose what you're going to talk about. You get to put the topics there. We kind of have this friendly, which means you can talk about company secrets that are really secret. We're not going to share them with anybody else. But in those meetings, you're going to listen, you're going to talk, and you're going to learn. And that is the plan for today. We're going to start with an ID market. Who knows where this picture was taken? We're basically going to start with people lining up, saying, I've got an ID. Come up with a post-it. Does anybody remember who's all the way in the back in the queue there? Anybody notices? Ah, come on. That's Patrick at Devopsdays Rome 2011. That's where we got the ID to start Devopsdays Amsterdam. So, come up, get the ID. We're going to share and discuss. When all the IDs exist, if there's more than 15, we have room tomorrow. If there's more than 15, we can do some dot voting. We can select the schedule. We can figure out which fit where and how to actually make a schedule that works. Joep is going to post the schedule online. You can go and watch it from your laptop or the different rooms. And then there's a bunch of rules. They're not really, really hard. The first thing is whoever comes is the right people. If you're in that room, sitting in a circle, discussing with 2 people, fine. 3 people, fine. You just have the topic you start talking about. And depending which direction it goes, doesn't matter. Whatever happens is the only thing that could have. And this is where I realize I shouldn't have done this in an Ignite format because it can go way faster if I don't. So, exactly. And it starts when it starts. I mean, if you're sitting there waiting for people, just start. That also means it ends when it ends. If you don't have any more content to talk about, if you feel like everything you want to talk about the subject is set, then it's over. So it ends when it ends, and it starts when it starts. The only thing is we have a schedule of speakers in here, and that's something you want to keep track of. If you want to see another talk, make sure you don't miss that one. And whatever happens is the only thing that could have. If the topic is listed and say, ditch Kubernetes and go for Nomad, and you end up figuring out you don't really containers at all, and you end discussing how to go back to bare metal, it's the only thing that could have, because it's probably better for your consumption of power and stuff. So it's not because the subject says we're going to talk about Prometheus that you could not end up talking about Thanos or whatever. It really is what you talk about. It ends when it ends, or it ends in the hallway. If you want to continue discussing the topic, but there's other people who want to move into the room, there's still plenty of room outside where you can keep having the discussion, or you can move on to the social event with the discussion, or you can move on to the post-social event with the discussion. It ends whenever you feel like you don't have a topic anymore. There's a law of 2 feet, which basically means that if you feel like you're not contributing to the discussion anymore, or you're not learning from the discussion anymore, don't hesitate, stand up and walk out. Try to not to disturb too many people, but there's nothing wrong with actually leaving the meeting if you feel you're not contributing anymore. It's actually something we want to encourage. You'll also see that there's people who will not join the sessions. They're just going to do the hallway track. That's the butterflies. And then there's going to be the bumblebees. We're basically going to jump from one session to another. Listen like, what are those people talking about? Oh, I heard something interesting here. And then I go to another session and they basically go like, hey, I heard in this other session that... So that's the kind of things we want to encourage. Roam around, learn from each other, talk, share your ideas, share your problems, and hopefully at the end of the week, tomorrow, you learn a lot of new things that somebody was not talking about here on the stage. So, Who's ready? Who has topics they want to discuss this afternoon? Please tell me you have topics. So, there's post-its here, there's pens here. What we're gonna do is, you already have a post-it. See, there's people who know how this works. You can stick it anywhere, we're gonna reshuffle it anyhow. When you're up here, just state your name and state the topic you want to discuss. Briefly pitch it for like, not the one, oh no, I'm gonna give. Just briefly state what you've written.
The title is Eye to Eye with a threat actor. So what do you do when a threat actor enters your runtime through a zero-day exploit? And how do you mitigate the risk immediately? And what do you do when you're really under time pressure? That's going to be the discussion.
Thomas also has a topic.
Yeah, I still need to think about it. 1 second.
This doesn't work. I cannot hand out pens with 2 mics in my hand. The pen doesn't work. More pen, come on. There's more people with more IDs. This is the Netherlands. I know you want to chat. What do you say, Stefan? How to what? How to peel a post-it. Stefan is going to do an open space on how to peel a post-it. Yeah. No, that's some. Is there an agile coach in here? They can do that.
Good. I finally figured out what my topic is going to be about. I want to talk about autonomy and autonomous teams versus having loads of standards, and where do you find the middle ground in that mess?
Yeah, I already made a note about this during one of the talks. I would like to talk about positive discrimination and if it's bad or good. I don't have an answer there. Don't know where to put things.
I like to discuss about the HashiStack from HashiCorp using Nomad, Console and Waypoint to automate the whole process from development to deployment.
So I had only like 4 hours of sleep last night, so I like to discuss power napping.
Hi all, so mine is a bit more technical maybe. So how often you deploy in production and what prevents you from making it more often?
Hi, I'm Thatcher. I want to talk about cloud sustainability, a topic I really care about.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm an Agile coach, and I really would like to discuss how you really think about Agile coaches and if they can help you. Do they? I don't know.
Hi, it's Floor. I want to talk about what's after your tech career when all of our stock has vested. What do we want to do? Maybe it's chickens. Can talk about chickens for a long time.
Hi, my name is Klaas-Jan. I want to talk about GitOps, hype or hope, experiences and best practices.
Hi, I want to bring in if there is any risk of vendor login of cloud providers.
Was that a question or a statement?
Passwordless trends.
Hello, I'm Joep. I just want to rant on Kubernetes.
Have we told you about your Lord and Savior Nomad?
Hello, so I want to talk about machine learning and AWS SageMaker. I'm like a newbie, so if you have some info, just let's chat. Thanks.
Hello, it's me again. So I want to talk about how pull requests suck.
Hello. Speaking of pull requests, I have an idea of automating code deprecation to keep things clean. So you put something on top of a code and annotate it, and then something comes up and then cleans it up when a certain condition is met. I'm not sure if it's clear, but then we can talk about it.
I would like to discuss how to manage application configs and the secrets on Kubernetes, especially Azure Kubernetes Service.
There's tomorrow. There's slots left.
You can take it if you
want. No, it's okay.
But we can fill it up even more. But Daniel is going to write down another ID.
So we all
After
work
the power nap.
somewhere in IT, right? And I already talked about power napping, so let's talk about mental health.
Okay, I think we have a break now. Come and vote on the topics you really want. The power napping, we'll find some benches and we can do them there.
I might have another one.
Daniel is going to do that anyhow.
I might have another one.
You have another one?
Yeah. So we all do DevOps here, right? But is DevOps still a thing?
Let's do one on platform engineering.
Somebody wrote a blog post about that. I know.
I think it was a vendor pushing their marketing.
It's all a scam. Take a pen, put a dot on the session you really want, and do that in the next 5 minutes, and then we'll actually build a schedule. When do we start again? 15 minutes, and then we have talks again here, and open spaces start.
let's do this. We'll have open spaces in the other rooms upstairs. If you're looking for an open space here, you're out of luck. We don't have open spaces. We do have a wonderful talk by Federico Fregosi, who is a VP of engineering at Contino, sorry. And you lead a team of 150 people. I bet that you're going to talk about how to do that. Also, if you're wondering why I put myself through the ordeal of putting this thing on my head, it's really, really warm, I will have you know. So if you're looking for a warm and snuggly onesie, you can win one at the bingo later today, so you definitely want to participate in that. Without further ado, please take it away.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, and thanks everybody for coming. I know it's been a choice, so I hope this talk will be interesting for you. So my name is Federico. I work at Contino as VP of Engineering. Contino is a global DevOps and cloud transformation company. This talk comes from our experience working with large enterprises, large scale-ups as well, adopting developer platforms, how companies at that scale have to operate. I've always been in technical roles before Contino. So what is the agenda here? Very quickly, we're going to talk about context, we're going to talk about developer platforms themselves, and then we're going to talk about build versus buy. Should we build one? Should we buy one? And the takeaways at the end. The session will last 25 minutes. So before we get into it, a bit of historical context. What do we talk about when we talk about software internal developer platforms? So on one hand, we start with dev versus ops, you know, the usual thing. Development and operations development on one side and operation on the other side, having to, you know, work with code thrown over the fence. We're dealing with snowflakes, operational snowflakes and cluster, until we got to DevOps. And then when we got to DevOps, everybody was like, oh my God, I love DevOps because it means that I'm fast, high velocity at developing things because I use and adopt DevOps. I have velocity and I have autonomy. My cross-functional teams are autonomous and able to operate at speed and at pace without being constrained by anything. What is the extreme? If you want the taken to the extreme, this is Amazon famous motto: you build it, you own it, you run it. If you build your own code, you're gonna run it. So far, so good. But I assume that most of you that work and have worked in startups, that have worked in enterprise, have been in the situation in which this is also a problem. Why? It's a problem because I assume that most of you will have seen that startup where there are 20 engineers and they use 21 different programming languages because they're all very autonomous, or that large enterprise where you have one business unit here that uses Golang and the other one uses Node.js on the other corner, and they don't talk to each other. So velocity and autonomy means reduced coordination, which means yes, speed, but it also means a whole range of other problems, which are here. So we're seeing silos because they don't talk to each other anymore. They don't have to. Why would they do that? A lot of tribal knowledge in itself, maintenance overhead. 5 engineers in a corner have lots of autonomy, they build whatever they want, they leave, and then as a company, who's going to maintain that? And the cost of maintaining this, the actual cost, it is really, really significant. And so you're ending up in this nightmare of governance and compliance. You end up with a lot of MVPs that don't get to production because your security and compliance function will say, oh, by the way, great idea, you have all this autonomy, but we don't really do things this way here. So there are trade-offs. There are trade-offs, and we realize this reality is, which is unregulated autonomy is proportional to complexity and cost. To the point that, and I'm going to tell you a little story here, to the point that when a company or a startup is acquired and is evaluated for acquisition, so there is a VC that wants to make an investment into a startup, or there's a private equity firm that wants to acquire the startup, having a sprawl of technologies is a negative multiplier on the valuation of the company. So the company is worth less because their technological stack, it's a bit of a mess. So how to solve this? Well, I don't come up with the ideas. This has been solved like in the 90s, right? So ServiceNow, ticketing systems, very, very old stuff. In the 90s, I'm a developer. I need a computer, I need a machine, I need a VM. What do? I open a ticket, I create a ticket, and then somewhere in the back office in the support team will give me a VM, will give me a computer just to deploy. Happy times, I'm happy, but I'm also constrained now because you're forcing my technical choices. So how many of you are happy with your IT support team? Nobody is. Nobody is happy. So, oh my God, we have the best ticketing system out there, right? Typically, this is not the best thing. So we've all realized from the 90s that a ticketing system is not the best solution. And this, whatever is the level to it, because in the 90s I asked for a computer, in the 2000 with a ticket I asked for a VM, in 2010 I opened a ticket to get an AWS account. It's the same thing. I'm still constrained by somebody. So all these platforms, all this first generation, what I call first generation of developer platform, things that enable you to deploy your code, things that enable you to manage your code, were done through ticketing systems. ServiceNow is the most famous one. When they were done like this, their angle, the reason why the people were doing this, because they wanted to control the cost. Ticketing systems were not designed to enable developers achieving high velocity. They were designed to reduce the operational expenses of the enterprise. We need the IT to be cheap. We don't want to invest in IT. We want it to be cheap. This is what happens when you have a CIO, typically, rather than a CTO in a large enterprise. So this responds to IT as a cost center, as I say here. So we all said, oh my God, this is terrible. We're super slow. We hate hard work like this because we're constrained by having to use that CI/CD system, which is like 20 years old. I want more autonomy. I want faster solutions. So we get to second generation developer platforms. Kubernetes. Kubernetes comes in, and a lot of what we talk about when we talk about platform teams. I'm sure that most of you have heard, most of you have worked with or in a platform team. Companies adopt platform teams not because they're cool, not because they're interesting, for a very clear reason. The article up there, the link up there, is a McKinsey report that says, by the way, any company adopts internal developer platforms and invests in developer experience increases revenue 4 to 5 times faster than companies that are not doing this. So there's a clear business case. There's an economical case for adopting developer platforms. In this developer platforms, the focus changes from operations and IT as a cost center into IT as business enabler. So we're looking at self-service model. If you want to deploy your application, what do? You go on Git, GitHub, whatever, you commit your code, and then that triggers a CI/CD pipeline that deploys in the Kubernetes cluster. You reduce cognitive load, and we've heard about cognitive load twice today already. There's a talk this morning, and then an Ignite talk about cognitive load. This is really important because reducing cognitive load means slower onboarding time, easier for developers to get to production. This is the current state of the art. This is where we are today. This is what most companies are doing. And as I said, companies are doing this because developer experience is proven to be connected to revenue growth. The more you invest in your developers, the faster you will get to revenue, the faster the company will make money. It's very clear to this. So the business case is clearly there to invest into the X and not to treat this as a cost center. And so this is proven in a number of reports as well. So we have, this is the Puppet 2021 State of DevOps report and the DevOps evolution, and it shows that companies that are good at DevOps are using internal developer platforms very well. Not all companies that use IDP are successful, but all the ones that are successful use IDPs. Perfect. So far, so good. So we have where today the industry is. We have built a business case for it, so we can go back to our managers and say, by the way, this is why you got to do it. We understand that a newer generation of developer platforms is focused on generating value for the business and is focused on generating revenue. And as a consequence as well, it increases developer velocity, it increases developer experience. All of this, so far, so good. So what are these second generation developer platforms? Quickly. So how do they materialize? As I said, 99% of cases, most of the people in the audience, is a Kubernetes-based platform. This is your platform team. All of this platform, what does it offer you today? It will offer you, as we said, environment provisioning. I want to deploy, my development environment. I want to deploy my integration environment, QA environments. Offers observability. So the way in which we monitor our applications is exactly the same across the stack. The way in which our developer teams are notified is exactly the same. We're all using PagerDuty and we're all connected to that. The way in which we manage our application is the same. The way in which we control our cost is the same, and this is offered by the platform. The way in which we look at our service catalog, this is another key enabler of developer platforms. Often overlooked, but today service catalog means a portal or a website where you go there and you see all the applications deployed within the company, especially in enterprises. Amazon is a famous one, right? When they talk about two-pizza team, when they talk about that level of autonomy, internal service catalogs that enable different teams to consume resources from one side of the company or the other. Hire the large Chinese firm is exactly the same thing. Tencent as well. And then security reviews, the way in which we control security is the same thing. We control and we embed security within this. This structure here is a structure designed to support the you build it, you run it system. It's built around that, where we have service catalogs as core foundational items of a developer platform. So it's a way for the company to keep track of ownership of all the metadata of the software, as I said. So I know that team A has this API, internal API. Team B could use that internal API and doesn't have to coordinate how to use it or whatever. It can just go to the service catalog and know that that exists and use it as well. So we're talking about this as an API, as I said. We're talking about service templating. If a new application comes up in the company, we have to deploy that in Kubernetes. We don't have to do everything from scratch. Most configuration is already been written, is already available. So far, so good. The trade-off here, which was a point that was touched in one of the Ignite talks as well, is the notorious conundrum between developer autonomy and standardization. So you build it, you run it, it's great, but it means technology sprawl. Standardization is much easier to manage, but it means developers are slow. So how do we counteract that? This doesn't happen all the times, but the most advanced developer platforms will offer what we call golden paths. This is a fundamental concept. The idea here is, the big problem of developer platforms is that if you create something that works in 95% of cases, you're gonna have a number of very senior developers in their corner, and those senior developers want to do something different. The example is simple. You have a GitHub repo that deploys the same, that when you commit to like a YAML file, will deploy the same Terraform code, but maybe that developer needs a different configuration of an underlying database, needs a different configuration of an underlying system, and so that doesn't work for them. So what do they do? What can they do? Option one, get frustrated and say, oh, by the way, our internal platform doesn't work for us, so we need to do something else and build a new one. Option two, you say, oh, okay, I'm not gonna care about that. I'm just gonna do my thing and talk to my friend, Brent, down there in the corner. Brent will enable me. So you have an internal black market. You know when you speak to companies, talk to companies, and there's always that one person that enables everything? That is the game. The game is that person enables all the external paths because the main paths cannot be followed. So you define this golden idea. The idea of a golden path is a way of enabling velocity and standardization without restricting your developers. Very simple idea. As a developer platform team, as a platform team, when you're building your IDP, you say, if you want the easy way, the golden way is use my YAML. Use my YAML, adopt my YAML, deploy the application in the standard ways. If you do that, you're gonna get compliance for free. You don't have to pay for it because our auditing team has already checked everything out so you can deploy very, very easily. If instead you wanna go your own way, not a problem, thumbs up. We're gonna create a way for you to connect to Kube APIs and deploy directly with your own authentication. We're not gonna constrain you into our CI/CD. But be advised, if you do that, you have to pay. The price you have to pay is that you're gonna have to talk again with that nightmare of security and compliance that will slow you down massively. So I enable the senior developers, without I enable the junior developers without constraining the senior developers. The idea of a golden path. And the idea as well in this sense of communities of practice, when we hear a system, a company where you have a community of people that are very experienced in somebody share best practices, Spotify model in this case. It's a way for doing this. The other important thing with community of practice, which is with golden path, which is typically often referred when I say, oh, but developer platforms are really good. People say, if you do it too much, we lose touch with production. If we use too much of an IDP and we don't touch Kubernetes anymore, we don't touch anything above it, and everything is kind of like controlled behind this black box, I lose touch with how my application actually operates at a scale. So by enabling golden paths in the right way, we avoid this, but we need to provide observability as well with that. So we use in platform teams. Every company is using platform teams. Nothing really major about this. A super specialized team that is supporting the platforms, effectively a form of internal consultants for the company that are generating value. These are revenue generating for they're not directly, they're indirectly revenue generating for the company, and support the work of a number of different teams. They are the glue, effectively, that connects Kubernetes, the open source project, to our implementation of an IDP, because we have all these dependencies here and there. So, form of knowledge sharing as well. Still, version 2 of developer platforms are not perfect. Why? Well, number one, because they're not complete. Because most companies are using Kubernetes. But in that corner down there are 3 developers that are using Lambda. They deploy with serverless. They don't care about Kube. They are next gen again. And so what do? Like, we don't really offer a managed version of Lambda in our internal developer platforms. We're constrained. They're not complete because we're using CloudWatch when we monitor Lambda. We're using Azure Monitor, whatever that is. But we're using Prometheus when we monitor Kubernetes. And so we don't really head up. Our platform is not feature complete. And so it's also hard to operationalize. There's a number of problems. We need more. We have a problem with our cognitive load. Once again, there's too much I have to learn as a developer for me to be productive from day one, because there's too much tooling around this. Not only, we're evolving the game here, and think about something else. Think about the way in which you store information in the company. As a developer, at the end of the day, some of the information you need to do your work is in GitHub. Some of the information you need to do your work is in Confluence, in Google Drive, in a myriad of other places as well. So maybe we need something else. We need an evolution of this, which is the idea of what I call third-generation developer platforms. This is the most up-to-date implementation I created. By the way, the idea of creating generational approach to this is mine because the industry has not reached consensus yet. If you think about this, in the JavaScript world, we had Angular, we had React. Nobody deploys with Angular version 1 anymore. People are using React, Redux, Svelte. There has been a generational approach and an evolution to this. In the IDP worlds, just because it has not been looked at so far and the interest is only coming up now, we don't have that approach yet. But it's quite clear if you think about this. If you think about the core premise, which is, I want to make my developers fast, I want to make my developers really quick, I want to give them a platform for them to be able to generate value immediately and to ultimately increase the revenue of the company. In other words, I want to give them something that is everything they need outside their REPL, their GitHub, because we're using Git, and their IDE, everything. And with everything I mean, why not Google Calendar? Why is Google Calendar not part of our developer platforms? We're all in a whole bunch of meetings. Why is Jira not offered by a platform team? And this is very interesting. So the idea here is a shift between purely infra-related concerns to company-wide concerns. So this, what you see here, is the description of a project, an open source project, currently sandboxed at CNCF, called Backstage. Backstage is a project, which is the most advanced project in the IDP world, was sponsored by Spotify. It's probably the most popular Spotify-backed open source project. You can Google it up and find a lot of information on Backstage online. Backstage started only a couple of years ago, so March 2020. It's very, very recent. And at its core, and it started as a portal, as a website. It's a website with a service catalog native within Kubernetes. So you deploy Backstage, this connects to your Kubernetes cluster, and you see all the applications. And then you add metadata on top. So you say, given the annotation on the YAML of the description in Kubernetes, here is the team that owns that application. Here is how you can talk to them and reach out to them and consume them, their ideas as well. And now, Backstage with a plugin system as more as templating for CI/CD. So I go to one website, I see all the applications deployed within the company, I see how to deploy those applications, deploy new applications. I see the documentation, which is standardized across all the various applications. I see the idea of a homepage where maybe we see company-wide announcements. Oh, we create a new team with 5 new people, they join the company. You see that in your internal developer platform or portal. It's the most mature project, but there are also not there are closed source alternatives. There are SaaS solution, Humanitech and MIA platforms are the most famous one. They are very similar to Backstage if you want, a bit more feature complete. Backstage is not super mature yet. The closed source SaaS are better, but at the same time, this is a tool that you need to integrate with your systems. So as much. Let's look at a couple of screenshots for Backstage, as I was saying. So this is the catalog, all your applications there, and you can see how powerful this game is, because if in my company you're using AWS, Azure, GCP, you're using some other cloud provider, what happens? Well, we don't really know how much our application costs because we have some pieces here, some pieces there, and we don't have a standardized way of looking at that. But through a plugin in Backstage, I can directly connect the cost of the application into the same portal. So you see how we're aggregating a number of things and bringing everything together in one place, really enabling the idea of this, the core ideas behind this. We can see also the dependencies around this. So this software depends on the other microservice that depends on the other microservice that is perhaps managed by a different team that has this SLA or that SLA. Once again, DORA report, State of DevOps 2021, DORA from Google, that report will tell you the importance of reliability. And there was an Ignite talk as well from Pete earlier, how reliability is important and how reliability is a predictor of success within the company. So Backstage used and abused by other companies as well. People are building on top of it. Zalando, it's a famous company I'm sure you'll know about, e-commerce company. They built their machine learning model platform on top of Backstage. So the way in which they consume and share not applications but machine learning models within Zalando is backed by Backstage. They customize Backstage for doing it. And you see on the left as well the internal version from Spotify of Backstage itself, which is even more feature complete than the open source version. So this is the idea. The idea is a newer concept of a platform that has a number of concerns within it that enables you to operate at speed. In the last couple of minutes, I want to talk about build versus buy. So should you build or should you buy your developer platforms? We said, in this case, it is a bit of a false conundrum because most companies, if you're not really big, if you're not like a large bank, you're not building it from scratch. You're not building your developer platform from scratch. You're starting from Backstage, from some other open source projects as well that you add there. Still, one thing I want to tell you in this case, so when we talk about open source and we talk about outsourcing as well, a lot of concerns. Developer platforms are a key enabler of the companies. They're connected with a number of internal and external integrations that you need as a company. So these are core tools for you. Build versus buy, in this case, is a false conundrum that you have there. but it's an important choice to make. If you're buying Humanitech, if you're buying a SaaS, you're getting velocity initially, but you're still going to need to build integration around it. If you're using Backstage, you're going to spend a bit more time building it, but you will have more power and more control of the roadmap as well, given also the status that Backstage has of being an open source project. So we're going to skip through this. This is an important figure when I say the cost of how much everything costs. So I wanted to give this because so you have a bit of an idea. My estimate is if you're taking Backstage today from GitHub and you're customizing Backstage for your own application in your company, you're typically going to need 6 FTEs, 6 people to build it, and then 3 people per year to maintain it on average. These are numbers that are available online as well. You can think about this. This is very expensive. Bringing in the system is very expensive, but there is a logic behind it. The logic is it will enable the revenue of the company as well. So this is the information you need to go back to your manager and say, hey, why don't we bring in Backstage next that makes us fast, that gives us all these big benefits there as well. If you're instead not interested in Backstage, you can buy it. If you're buying it, well, you're making other trade-offs and you're getting some initial velocity, but as I said, it's a very deeply integrated idea within your systems, especially if you're embedding Google Docs or Google Calendar in Backstage or in your developer platforms. So as a startup as well, it's a super common question that I get. As a startup, when to do it? There are no hard and fast rules, but rule of thumb, roughly 100 people. When you get to 100 people in your startup. In the end, final slide, takeaways. Developer platforms are amazing. They really can change the way in which your company operates and your life as a developer gets better. If you're embedding a developer platform in your company, think about golden paths. Don't constrain your senior developer, but enable your junior developer. Think about a low context culture that will make everything build faster. Think about self-service. Don't think about a ticketing system. Don't think about ask brand to give access, but enable people to do it autonomously. They will really like this. They will really like you as well. And in the end, whatever you're doing when adopting platform, given the cost of all of this, think about clear success metrics before and after the project, and you'll be successful in that. Thank you for your time today. If you have any questions after the talk, okay?
All right, thank you so much. So in the interest of time, we'll keep the questions off stage. So please do find him in the hallway later today, maybe at the social event if we'll see you there.
Yeah.
Thanks again. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you.
So while Alex is coming up to the stage and hooking up his laptop, and hopefully our dongle will work this time. We go. All right, so next up we have Alex de Groot, and he's going to talk about implementing a privacy-first strategy. Please do give him a round of applause and good luck, have fun.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. I see that I have 5 minutes less, but that's okay. We're able to do this in 25 minutes. I'm hoping that you guys are having a blast. I actually have one of the best conferences I've had in a long time. So thank you, conference organizers. I really like it today. I want to talk about privacy, but not before we're going to talk about that. I want to ask you all. The first one is the Dutch Tax Authority, and the other one is TikTok. You guys all know. I want to just think a moment. What have these two in common? I see a lot of question marks now coming up. Really. They are actually the record holder for privacy fines in the Netherlands. So I think that's actually an applause. I think TikTok is doing 800,000 euros at the current moment and is counting. The tax authority is 6 million already, which is remarkable there. So let's go to the real topic. Who am I? I'm Alex, 36 years old, father of Anouk, husband of Anouk, my wife, father of Mara, a little one of 40 months. I love to work with product teams, scale them, and also all of the challenges which come with that. Been doing that for many years right now, and currently doing that at Tringo, and recently started also a new challenge together with a few active folks, which is called APY, and you guys are going to hear probably a lot more about that in the upcoming time. So I was talking about Anouk, I was talking about Mara. Here you see them. This was in a plane 4 months ago. And there's a funny thing always, and you see that, and I actually have to grab my phone. Speakers on conferences, they start to do this often. They take a selfie, and like this, basically, and then they are standing in this way to the audience, which is also weird, and then they take this photo. And this also happens in the airline industry. And they are actually asking these days to not do that, because you're actually at that moment violating the privacy of all of the other people in the plane. Because nobody asked you to take them, to put them on a picture, anything like that. So you will not see me making that picture. And next time when you see Scott Hanselman doing that, and you're on Ignite, please tap him on the shoulder and tell him this, because it's illegal in Europe. He will love that, for sure. So privacy is relevant, and it's even getting into our daily work or in our daily thing, and it's all around us. And it's important to understand and to know that. There was even recently a questionnaire by a very interesting party, the DDMA. I'm pretty sure nobody knows here the DDMA. I don't know them either till the moment that I Google them. But that is the party who is doing advertisements, or is actually sort of the collective group around advertisers in Benelux, if I'm not mistaken. And they did a questionnaire, which was limited to the European Union. And out of there, 89% of the responders said that they wanted to have more control over personal data given to companies. That's 9 out of 10. So basically 9 out of 10 over here doesn't feel comfortable with the data they give to Instagram, the data they give to Facebook, the data they give to their phone company, etc. That's pretty relevant, right? And there was this guy on the university in Texas, if I'm not mistaken, who actually said, and I really like this quote, the 20s is the privacy first era. And at the same time, I was wondering, why are we talking so little about privacy? We did this checkbox, the GDPR checkbox, we did that, but that was really just a checkbox, right? Like your ISO certification, which is also a checkbox, which has nothing to do with compliance, it's just a checkbox. So it's time to become privacy first, and that's what I'm going to talk about. And if you talk about privacy, then it's also like this big vague thing, and you have to start wondering where to start. So you have to start with a lady in this case, and she has a very hard name to pronounce, but I'm going to try it anyway. Anne Shuvukian. She's Canadian. I'm not sure what that has to do with a hard name, but she's Canadian. And she's working in one of the institutions in Ontario, together with the Dutch Privacy Authority, actually. And this was roughly around 2009. And that was the first moment she's kind of drafted a manifesto, something like the Agile Manifesto. But she drafted a manifesto where they said, okay, we want to do something with privacy. And this manifesto was called Privacy by Design. And this manifesto looked like this. They said, actually, if you want to talk about privacy, you have to be proactive, not reactive. You want to fix things up front and not fix things afterwards. Privacy should be the default setting. Anybody having any cookie walls or so? Privacy embedded into the design. It has to be fully functional, so the positive sum, not the zero sum. Anybody recently used the websites of the Dutch public television stations. It's an interesting thing. You cannot even enter it at the moment that you are not complying with illegal stuff. End-to-end security, including full lifecycle protection, visibility and transparency, keeping it open, and respect for user privacy, and once more keeping it user-centric. So this is privacy by design. That's nice. That's nice. Because somebody listened in Brussels. When they drafted the GDPR, they actually took this document and they started to use it into the GDPR. And you can see that one because the GDPR is also preventive. It's doing data protection by design. It's saying you have to do the protection by default. You have a life cycle thing, and one of the examples of that is the right to be forgotten. It's transparent. You have the right to be informed. Did you actually know that you can go to any company and ask them, what data do you have? Why do you have it? And you can actually also ask them to delete it. Far too little people ask that. You should actually, because banks will go crazy if you ask. They actually have no process for it, and but they have a real obligation. So it's interesting. Pushing the limits, right? And the last part, user-centric. Subjects must give the consent for you to process data. This is also still quite hard given the amount of checkboxes which are still on by default for mailing lists and all of that crap. Okay, a lot of theoretical bullshit. BS, sorry. How can we make this concrete? We're technicians, so we want to bring this in our daily work. First of all, we have to start with teams, and with teams awareness. So, how do I do that? How do I make my team, whether I'm inside the team or whether I'm managing the team or when I'm working with the team in some way, how do I make people aware? Well, there has been a very interesting thing in the community which is called ethical frameworks, and one of them is called Ethical OS. Ethical OS looks like this. The Ethical OS has 8 risk zones when you're working with data and when you're working with, with modern technology in general. So this could even apply for the factory floor. And there's a lot of habits around it, but what they actually do is they ask you very concrete questions to start thinking about it. And some of these examples are here. I took here risk zone 8, which is about hateful and criminal actors, where they actually ask you questions like, hey, how does your product work in that way? Now, of course, 8 risk zones, that's probably a lot of work to start actually going around that and ask all of these questions, and you guys are right. So what I did with the teams I've been working with over the last few years, I actually asked them to take a Friday afternoon or a Wednesday afternoon or something like that. I said, okay, take one of these areas, take the questionnaire on it, and discuss that with the team. And then 3 months later, take another area and start to do that again. It's remarkable what came out of that. I've seen complete backlogs changing from being very data hungry towards very concrete. And what are they asking? Well, they are asking very simple things. For example, if you collect a piece of data, think about an email address, what is the worst thing that could go wrong? It's very nice to have that conversation actually. Because an email address cannot do that much harm. But if you think about a street, or if you start to think about a birthday, or if you start to think about a little bit of other privacy-aware information, it's quickly getting out of control. Also, if you start to think about machine learning and those sort of things, then you really would have hoped that the ethical framework was already around at the moment that Facebook became evil. Oh, it was. Never mind. Anyway, it's a very good thing to start using this ethical framework because you will learn a lot. Then the second tip I want to give you is about creativity and the creative people in the world, or the people who are actually working on the interactions with the users. One of the things I do see, especially if we look at systems coming from the 90s and the zeros, is that they are also privacy, or that they also are data superfluous. They actually bring too much data. The typical CRM system looks like this. It gives you just all data. It just dumps it into your face. Is that a good idea? Well, probably not, because you have no reason. If you just want to call Sharon, do you really have a reason to see her address? Probably not. So we have to move from convenience here towards more case-driven design or use case-driven design. If you do that, if you minimize this amount of data, the chances that it leaks are actually very small. Now, obviously, you sometimes will walk into problems because you want to do something, and sometimes you don't have that data available, etc. But luckily, there's a large community out there, and one of the websites they produce there is privacypatterns.org, and they actually allow you to solve things very simple by common patterns where you can still do data minimalizations in your UI. So fine, we've been talking now about teamwork, we've been talking about UIs. Let's become a little bit more digital or a little bit more technical. So we want to be preventive, and I can tell you guys all, or you folks are here, I can tell you all that the way how we do security today is not good enough. We have to move towards another way of doing security. We are used to the firewalls, we are used to, there's an IT guy who makes sure that you can always get into the system. But we've also seen with recent things like the SolarWinds attack, and I heard the other day that Uber also had a small issue, that you cannot trust actually your neighbor anymore. You cannot even trust that service bus anymore, or you cannot even trust the OS that you're running on. And luckily, already in 2012, Google started to talk about the Beyond Corp, and that later became the Zero Trust movement, with the Zero Trust architecture around it. So if you really want to protect your data well, you have to start adopting Zero Trust. And what does Zero Trust mean? That basically means that in everything you do, so even if you read something from your message queue, or when you get a request in your API or anything like that, you have to verify explicitly. Do I trust the one who sends this to me? Is this data well formatted? And all of these sort of things. Also, you have to use least privileged access. So tell me guys, can I see, folks, can I see arms please of who has production access and actually can bring down a service as we speak? Awesome. Is there any coworker who notices that if you do that? Yeah? Yeah, they are on call, right? No, they will, and they have to approve it or anything like that? Okay, okay, but still you're doing damage to your company at that moment. Yeah. So this is one of the reasons why Zero Trust talks about least privilege. Why would you need to have access at the moment that you are in a conference, for example? Doesn't make any sense. And then the last part, assume breach. So you actually have to assume that that host which is running in your Kubernetes cluster is actually infected. And what would you do if that is infected? So maybe it's a good idea actually to make your container read-only, because why would you need to write to the disk anyway? Just a small idea. Zero Trust is focusing itself on doing identity, mainly identity access, so no longer the zones, no longer the DMZ, no longer the firewall that much. Identities, devices, location, those are important factors. And then they, on top of that, they focus on data, apps, infrastructure, network, and put a lot of intelligence on top of that. This is Microsoft's picture. That's because here were the most icons on it. But also AWS has such a picture, and Google has such a picture. Even Alibaba has such a picture these days. I'm not sure why you need privacy in China, but the idea is fine. So in general, the idea, Zero Trust, or in general my message, Zero Trust architecture makes sense and is also the new standard if we really want to be preventive in a privacy first world. Then a very practical case. I've seen in a lot of companies that companies make it very hard for themselves and that they have PII, person identifiable information everywhere. Small tip for you guys. Please identify this information and also all of its related operations and bring it into a separate service. Just do the strangler pattern and move all of that functionality and all of that data into a separate service. Hey, wait, Alex, this is not DDD and it's all not, no, but it saves you a lot of issues. Because the fun part is in 9 out of 10 times, you only need to have that data or to represent that data in the UI. So you don't need that in other systems anywhere, you just need an ID there. And also when you are communicating with a person, you very often, the actions are very limited towards, for example, sending an email and those sort of things. You probably want to centralize that anyway as well, because you also want to centralize the logging for that. When you do that, when you decouple this person entity out of your entire landscape, keep one thing in mind. You also want to do that for your authorization and authentication services. Very often there's a lot of data moved into the user entity as well, without any reason, by the way. A second tip there is create a very good ID, but don't use a social security number. Once more, the tax authority can actually talk about this. The fun part is when I did this talk last time, there were a few architects from the tax authority in the room, and they were a little bit sitting like this, because they screwed up in the Netherlands quite some. Also, there's a few insurance companies who screwed up quite big with this in the last few years. So if you do a thing like, if you extract this person entity, please make sure, create your own ID, don't use the social security number. Some companies actually split the employee and person entities. So they have a service for employees and they have a service for persons. So external persons works well. And of course, build this well. I mean, if you ever want to do threat modeling, if you ever want to do stuff like secure development, this is the service to do it. On the other slide I mentioned, this is also a good one. If you take this service apart, you could actually consider hosting this one still outside of the cloud and all of the rest of your application in the cloud. Cool. Then a very simple one. If you have done this, but also if you haven't done this, the next pattern still applies. And that's actually you do all your data access via APIs. Apply the static website pattern and with the API pattern so that you can channel all of your requests through something like an API gateway. You see here, for example, www.acme.com and api.acme.com, and you just make sure that your website, or you have a spa which is static. You have an API which is giving you all the data, so you can make sure at that moment that you can actually see all of the requests which are coming in, which simplifies a lot of things in the GDPR, in the implementation of the ruling. And you can also make sure that data is always authenticated. Plus, what you can do is you can very simply implement the logging or /audit responsibility which you have to do. For example, if you have api.yourcompany.com/persons, what you can do at that moment, you can, from your API request, see who's actually been requesting this, but you can also just deliver back an array of person IDs, which was in the payload of the response. And then, if you have the operation, and you can probably just use the HTTP REST operation, you can also see if the data was manipulated or not. GDP logging, checkbox, done. And also in a meaningful way. But those are not the only APIs we're having. So we're not only having this front-end APIs, we also have the APIs where we're doing system-to-system connections, which is also fun, right? Because I'm talking to this friendly other company and I'm actually giving them all of my employee data. I'm giving them all of my, that's probably not so good idea. So one of the things I learned here is first of all, you most likely don't want to do, you want to reuse your APIs, which you're using for your front end as well for these kind of system-to-system integrations. So I would first recommend you to actually go to the other side and say, okay, let's do let's make new APIs for these things. It's also nice with scaling and these sort of things, and DDoS is from another CRM system which is syncing with you, that sort of stuff. But anyway, when it comes to privacy, this also gives you an enormous, or gives you a great chance to build integration APIs following DDD principles. So you can also then at that moment start to minimize the data which you actually send to the other party, without building complex security schemes or anything like that. And I've seen companies successfully deploy integration APIs or integration subdomain APIs, like a planning system which absolutely has no need for a social security ID, and a sick leave system, API, for example, which has a need for a social security ID, and then it's there, and then you also have your purpose binding again. Once more, be opinionated in these kind of cases. Reduce data where possible. And that's it. Those are the 6 patterns I'm giving you guys, you folks, to implement a privacy-first strategy. If you've done this, are you 100% GDPR compliant? No. There's still a few things to do, but if you are here, you're further than the tax authority. Let me be clear about that. But you're also, the rest of the ruling you have to implement is not that hard anymore. That's more about documentation and all of these sort of things, and I didn't want to bother you guys with that today. So to summarize, first of all, implement an ethics framework inside your teams. It's not hard, it's not that time consuming. You can start small, and it really is valuable. I even have seen teams who have been starting doing this and actually didn't do all of the 8 chapters, because after 2 or 3 of those chapters they said, okay, we're doing all of them, because it makes sense and we're anyway in this rhythm. Start to rethinking your UI, reduce data there and go to purpose-driven UIs. Apply a zero trust security model that I would expect that people in this room interested in DevOps would be very thrilled to do that. Also with, for example, Kubernetes, it's a lot easier to do it. Move the person entity to its own services. Consider moving it outside of the cloud as well. Although that's going to be a little bit easier next year when some new regulation comes in, but still it's a huge discussion, and it will stay around for a while, especially as long as the FANG stays around. Perform all UI data access via APIs, and finally consider your API sync APIs, building them using purpose-driven APIs. You apply DDD and data minimization. Questions? They have this fancy thing here.
Let's see if we can switch over to the Slido and see if there's any questions. And with 6 minutes to spare.
Yeah, that's good, right?
Was it a lightning talk? It was not. Do we have any questions on the Slido? I don't think we have anyone sitting there. All right, we do not have any questions. So with that, please do give a round of applause to Alex.
Last thing to say, together we build a privacy-aware world. And even though it might not be that important for you, do it for me. My daughter is 14 months old, and she wants to live in a world where she actually can own her own data. The same thing for your kids or for the kids in your family. So together we spread this world. Together we build a privacy-aware world. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so as is customary with a DevOps Days event, we are horribly behind time. I do have a new schedule for you. So TLDR, we're going to start the closing keynote about 15 minutes late. So instead of 4:30, it's going to be 4:45. So closing keynote 15 minutes later. Up until that moment, we do not have any talks in here. So either go enjoy your break outside or go do an open space. The topics are on the big screens in the lunchroom. Go upstairs to visit the last round of open spaces. And we'll see you back here in about half an hour.
right, well, people are trickling in. Let's get started with the last talk of today, after which you can do a lot more talking in the bar, I promise. We'll have a barbecue, there will be karaoke, there will be board games, there will be a whole lot of fun that you should definitely join for. But first, let's introduce our next speakers. I had to giggle a little when I saw the title. I have a 7.5-year-old son. He watches YouTube all the time. He has his famous YouTubers that he watches. And so whenever we were in planning meetings with the rest of the DevOps teams, they would hear these YouTubers shout from his tablet. Yeah, that was fun. You're not telling me how to deal with those kind of influencers, but other kind of influencers. So that's, well, I mean, probably a different kind of influencers. So joining us on the stage are not one, not two, but three speakers, because, you know, go big or go home. One of them is Anneke Keller, who is the CTO at Waycamp and a member of the advisory board for the WWF. Then we have Koen Raumen, raise your hand. Who is responsible for the teams that work on store and platform technology at Waycamp. And last but not least, Kees Bakker, who is passionate about programming, effectiveness, and the beauty of a well-structured architecture. Also, you run a blog for 10 years, which I think is a massive milestone and deserves a round of applause. And then that's your cue to start talking.
I'll start talking, yeah, that's good. Okay, hello, it's nice to be here. It's great to be, well, back in Eindhoven. How many of you know Waycamp? That's good. Okay, second question, how many of you shop at Waycamp? I think we have some work to do, guys, yeah. But it's not nothing. It's pretty good. Well, luckily we sometimes are more popular than at this moment in the room. So today we're going to talk about how to handle a successful campaign. That's what we're going to talk about. And what we're basically going to do is we're going to give a very practical talk. So just to make sure that you learn from them and that whatever we've done, good or wrong, well, you don't at least have to do the wrong thing again. So that's basically the goal of this talk. We are an online department store. We focus on fashion and living. We're pretty big in the Netherlands, regardless of the answers of the room. But we're still one of the biggest e-commerce shops in the Netherlands. And there are two cool things that I like to mention here, just that are not related to tech, or the rest my colleagues will do. But we do have an automated warehouse, which is very nice, because if a lot of warehouses, the products are lined up in, oh, that doesn't work, lined up in rows. And then the picker needs to walk around and gather all the stuff. But in Waycamp, that's different. The picker, the guy that, or girl that packs the box, is on one place, and with all kind of rollers and robots and lifts, the products come to you. And this way, we can actually do, with 28 people, 50,000 boxes a day. So that's, thank you. It's a pretty cool thing. I can't invite you all for that, I'm sorry. And well, we have some big numbers there, just to give you a little bit of an idea on, you know, the thing we're dealing with on a daily basis. We also do have a creative hub that creates, in a big photo studio, our visuals, and that's why the shop looks nice, and you feel like when you join, or when you come to Waycamp, when you go to the website, you feel like you're actually in a sort of a store. Then, if you can go to the next slide, yeah, great. Then there is also a technical department, and we call that the Waycamp Tech Hub, and that's actually the place where the innovation happens. And we have 160 people. We are in a new office in Zwolle. We're very proud of our office, but that was built before. No, that's not true. It is also built during Corona times, but we do work a lot from home. So we are not always at the office. And we do have one goal. We want to be the smartest tech team in the Netherlands. So if that's going to be successful, I'll let you judge that and give it over to Kees.
Yeah, thank you, Anneke. Nice thing about that warehouse, though, right? They told me, I mean, when you join Waycamp, they always show you the warehouse, because we are really fond of that warehouse. And then they have this huge cage in there, and they say, okay, this is automated, and you cannot go in there. And we are like, why can't we go in there? Because if you go in there, you die. And then you get a story that one person actually died. And this is, I don't believe that is true, but hopefully you can find out if that's the case. So we keep
it's a
out of the
story.
cage. It is a story, I think so. But they are really fond on telling people that. Today we're going to talk about influencers, not the YouTube influencers. Well, we're going to talk about Miljuska. Who knows Miljuska here? Yeah, and that's the problem. A lot of tech people do not know who she is. So basically, she is all about body positivity, which helps me as well. But fashion is kind of hard. I mean, do you have nice dresses that are a little bit bigger? You don't have a lot of choice there. So we thought, hey, let's partner up with Miljuska. She does the cooking and we together design the dresses, and let's make a campaign out of this. So that is what we did. Today we're going to talk to you about that campaign, how we ran it from a platform website perspective. You're gonna, spoiler alert, didn't go that well. Koen is going to talk about our new platform on how we think that we can do those types of campaigns way better. And we're going to talk about an experiment with Keda that we did and that we want to propose. So, Miljuska by Waycamp. First of all, if you have a great lounge, pick a great date. I mean, November 13th, it's a Friday, what can go wrong? Second, if you want to do something great, you need to have a limited edition of anything, because if it's a limited edition, everybody wants it. Next, do an affordable price. That helps with the people. And do some big exposure. I mean, I'm not that into the Instagram and TikTok and stuff like that, but oh boy, Miljuska is. And then we did some email campaigns and some app pushes, and when I saw the numbers, over 1 million people saw the message of, hey, we're going to launch Friday the 13th. Miljuska went on national television, RTL 4 at RTL Boulevard. You all watch it with her new dress. 10 o'clock, be there or be square. What can go wrong? Cool. So, November 13th, 10 o'clock, launch time. Oh no! We don't have a website anymore. No! So what happened? We, of course, got a call. Guys, we don't have a website. We have a very big campaign going on. Website needs to go back online. Please look at your metrics. We spin up Grafana and we're like, where's all the traffic coming from, guys? Who is hitting our homepage? Because our homepage was dying. Our campaign pages were dying. And even our workhorse, our product overview pages were dying. So we were like, what is going on? And we scaled up. And once we scaled up, we were able to handle the load. So we were kind of, what happened, people? Well, what happened? If you look at the charts, on a normal Friday, we have like 0.6 million visits. Is this visits? Requests? I don't know. 0.6 million. And then all of a sudden we had 1.8 million. And of course nobody told tech about it. Because we were just, being, let's commit. Let's go to production. Woohoo! Okay. So what then happens? People think, oh wow, a great launch. Even the Waycamp website went offline. So some platformers were already like, we should do this more often. So in the next launch, we do it ourselves. And then we said, that's not what we want, guys. We want it to be a great platform. So we said to each other, no problem. We have another launch. This launch is going to be good. Scaling solved the problem. We will inform all the tech teams. There is a huge campaign. Miljuska is huge. Make sure you are scaled out. Anneke just came in from Jumbo, and she was sitting there with us, and she said, guys, we need to scale to the maximum. And we were like, we don't know what the maximum is. I mean, do you actually want us to succeed, or do you want our databases to die? We want the maximum. So one of our teams actually tried to do, listening to our CTO, and tried to scale our product overview workhorse to 2,000 containers, because we probably could be, right? And they went home because it took a long time. So when I was logging in at night, I was like, hey, why is this service not really deploying? And why is everything oh no. So we called in our platform teams and the other team, and they said, yeah, but we needed to scale to maximum. I was like, 2,000, it might not be your max. So, okay, we were good. They scaled back. Everything was okay. We had some headroom. So we were ready. Okay. March 19th, second launch, summer dresses, again, Instagram, email, app pushes, RTL Boulevard. And this time the tech team was in a call, and we were scaled out. And I said to her, we have never been scaled out this much. Nothing can go wrong. And I was right, because at 10 o'clock we still had a website. The thing is, I was right for 3 minutes. Yeah. I also was happy that I was right for 3 minutes, but you forgot that you're right. Yeah. So, back into problem-solving mode. Of course, we got the stuff again, and we looked at our metrics. Okay, we're scaled out to max. What the heck happened? And then we saw we had a peak of 71% above the previous launch. So we were even more successful. And we said, but Black Friday was also a big peak. Yeah, but it's 73% more than the Black Friday. And then we said to each other, we cannot do this anymore. I mean, we're doing campaigns that we are DDoSing ourselves. Should we actually do that? Fix mode. Get all of the engineers in the room, war room. Guys, we have a problem. We need to support this campaign. There will be more dresses. What do we do? Well, the first thing we discovered is that load prediction is hard. It is so super hard. We ask our analytics department, okay, what are we going to do? And then our marketing department says, we know we're going to have X amount of app pushes and stuff like that, so that means this many visitors. And we're like, no, we don't need visitors from you, we need requests per minute. And they were like, what are you talking about? So we need to extrapolate, but because we deploy stuff, we have a microservices platform like 20 times a day, our application is not the same as a week ago, it's very different from a month ago. I mean, that's what you guys want, right? Fast deployments. That means it's less predictable. So we need to determine the scaling factor I get from our analytics and marketing team, cross-correlate that with a nice Thursday, I guess, that it is busy, and then come up with to our developers like, okay, we want you to go 2.5 of that thing, right? Okay, that's hard. Then we also said, okay, but I think we are our own worst enemy. I think we do way too many requests. When he opened up the logging on our Cloudflare endpoints, I saw all these nice things like app.wcam.nl/logs. I was like, what the heck is going on here? Why are we logging on our app endpoints when we're having a campaign? Yeah, well, we had a problem and we tried to. Okay, let's not do that. So we needed to detect what our bottlenecks actually were. The way we did that was ask our teams to build a lot of load tests and just go at it from 5 in the morning, no, 4:30, until 7 o'clock. We had permission of the board to actually destroy our website in the morning and see when does it break, why does it break, where does it break, to find out where the bottlenecks are. And our learnings were, you need to cache way more, and Node.js needs some memory when it wants to do something and it is backed up. We, of course, try to be cost efficient because everything we pay to AWS, we need to sell dresses for. But hey, memory is not such a thing you want to skimp on, especially when you're on Node.js. And then we came to the real kicker, because we don't have an auto-scaling platform. If I want to do anything with scaling, I need to ask to all the good development teams, guys, please make sure your scaling is okay. And then they go into their Mesos and Marathon setup and they say, okay, I want this many containers and this many CPUs and this many memories. And that doesn't scale very well. So we need something new. Well, the industry, you all heard it, is moving towards Kubernetes, so let's check if it's a thing. So, what did we learn? Well, we can handle a lot of traffic, but peak traffic is a problem. And it is really hard to handle it in a cost-efficient manner. And so that's why we asked the team of Koen, guys, you are the platform, come up with something great. And that's what Koen is going to explain.
What is probably important to tell as well is that scaling out, especially in the way that Kees just described, is very costly. And as Kees said, we need to sell many dresses for that to make that still cost efficient for us. But it also requires a lot of manual action. So we need to know in advance when is a campaign going to be due. And our marketeers ask us, can we do a timed launch? Can we ask Miljuska to say on her Instagrams, we are going to launch, or I'm going to launch, that's what she says, new dresses by 10 a.m. in the morning, for example. And for now, we've told our marketing department that they cannot do that anymore. She can tell, I'm going to launch new dresses on Thursday, but she cannot tell they're going to launch by that and that time. Or, I have not enough, so please be there in time to get yours, because that is actually exactly the thing that is causing our website to break. So, we needed to build a new architecture, a new platform that can handle this kind of load. And, well, as Kay said, Kubernetes is the way to go in the industry and also the way to go for us. We need to support many things that already are part of the Wacomp infrastructure. So the things that we required at least to support our microsites, microservices obviously. We run everything in Docker containers. We have a stateless architecture, so we decouple all the data using Kafka, RDS data stores. We use Elasticsearch, Prometheus, and we have CDN and a web application firewall by Cloudflare. This new cloud platform, it was very important for us that it could scale automatically. Not only automatically up, but also automatically down. Because now, the thing that we do is when we see a new launch coming, we scale our platform out and then forget to scale it back down. And probably forget it for days, or maybe even weeks, which is costing us a lot of money as well. So it should automatically scale. It should scale out very rapidly on load. It should scale in with low traffic at night, obviously. It should be more cost effective than what we have been doing thus far. Our solution is Kubernetes, EKS in AWS, using cluster autoscaler and the horizontal pod autoscaler. What we found using the cluster autoscaler is that to get a node ready, it takes approximately 5 to 6 minutes for a node to spin up. And that's simply, if you look at the launch that Kees was just describing, 5 to 6 minutes is way too slow to be able to handle this kind of peak traffic. And the node selection was also a downside for us. We needed to predefine all of the nodes, all of the instance types that we would like to use from AWS. And since we'd like to use all kinds of nodes and all kinds of instance types, and also would like to use pod instances, this was not a very workable method for us. So we found, one of the guys of our team found that we could work with Carpenter. Carpenter is also open source software provided by AWS. And we found that a node could be ready in 60 to 90 seconds using Carpenter. And AWS is even saying that they could probably do it in 15 seconds. So that is way, way, way better than the cluster autoscaler that we currently use from Kubernetes. Also, using Carpenter, we can have an automatic node selection. It determines what nodes and what instance types do best fit the load that is coming to us. It can then not only select the best instance types, but it can also select spot instances, which is obviously very cost effective as well. Now that's for, then in Carpenter that's the node scaling part, but we needed pod scaling as well. What our developers found is that by using the horizontal pod autoscaler, we could determine what kind of CPU usage and RAM usage would be the upper limit when we wanted to scale farther out. But our developers asked, can we have more metrics? Can we use more metrics to determine how we can scale farther up in case more traffic hits our website? We found that Keda could provide this solution for us. We see that while we use Prometheus, we can run queries on Prometheus and get more data such as visitors, requests, etc., that we can also use to scale out our pods further. There are 53 scalers or even 60, over 60 scalers I think currently being provided by Keda. on the Kafka, Azure products, AWS products, and there are many that we can use to support our developers in their scaling of pods. What we do for that is that we want to put the developer in the driver's seat. We want to give the developer total control because our platform team only supports and provides our platform. After the platform is provided, it's up to the developer to make sure that we have enough capacity to endure such loads that we get from Mollusca. We use Argo CD with application sets, and with these application sets, I don't know if you can read it in the sheets that you are. You can define, for example, what your replica count minimally and maximally should be. For smaller projects, singleton projects, or for dev environments, we only have one minimal instance and one max as well. But for bigger projects, and especially when we run into these kind of Mollusca projects, we can determine that our services should be able to scale up further as well. Obviously, we do set limits, because if we don't, we get into those 2,000 containers that Kees was talking about. But we can use simple parameters or Prometheus queries to make sure that we scale out far enough, but not too far. Well, how did that work? Kees did an experiment with Keda, and he will tell you about that.
Yeah, so the team of Koen thought, let's do Keda, let's do Carpenter, it's really great. But these are platform people, and platform people, we love them, but our platform people are not developers. So they showed us like, hey, look, we have this Prometheus query you can scale on. I said, oh, wow, let me see it, let me see it. Yeah, look, if there are more visitors, the pod starts scaling. Do you really think that does this? This, what you just gave me, is like if there are more visitors on the website anyway, all pods start scaling. So that might not be the best thing to do. So we came up with some sort of an experiment. We were like, okay, what if we could scale more rapidly during campaigns? I mean, we have a minimum, we have a maximum, and we scale on number of, for example, CPU, and that goes well. But what if we want to go faster? And I don't want to ask all the teams to reset all their application sets in Argo CD. Could we create something like that? And we came up with three types of scalers. First, we used a normal Keda CPU scaler. Then we used some Keda Prometheus type scaler. And then we added a turbo, because anything is better with a turbo. So let's create some central setting, and let's make it a fraction, and we multiply it by our turbo. What can go wrong? Because theoretically, I could set the turbo, and then all those services start scaling at scale and at the same time. Woohoo! Let's see what does. So we devised an experiment. We started to use artillery CLI, just a simple prime number calculation, warm-up rate, find all primes between 0 and 20,000 in a non-optimized way, and then ramp up to 40,000 RPS. And we couldn't get it to work because we forgot load testing 101, never use your own machine. So once we read the book on load testing, we used an actual machine in AWS, and we started to look at some charts. So this is the normal Keda CPU scaler. So you see here the latency. So we're doing more requests, and the latency goes up, and then the system, of course, knows that it should scale out, so it starts to scale out. And then we ramp it really up really hard, and okay, it goes down to acceptable levels, which is actually really nice. Then we used our Prometheus metric, and our Prometheus metric gave already a nicer way of doing stuff. Let's now use our turbo at it, and yahoo! Of course this works, because now instead of scaling on 80%, it probably scaled on 65% of the thing. The really cool thing is I can do this centrally. We're not sure if we're going to use this or not, because of course our teams are autonomous and we still need to convince them of all these sorts of stuff, and maybe it works for one system and not for another. But it has a promise, right? It is nice that you now have this one thing you can play around with. We shouldn't give that one to marketing because I know what they do with it, but we can now do something. So if we look at our charts in Grafana, we see the following. The red zone is the bad zone, in which we should start scaling. And well, of course, you see that each scaler scales up more proactively than the other one. So we think the system might really, really work for us. So what is our conclusion? Atlas, as we like to call our new platform, I think we can run our e-commerce operation on it way better. Does it solve everything and all things? Of course not. We can solve some stuff centrally, especially with Keda and Carpenter, but we still need to figure out your load testing to actually see what your min and maximum pods are. Probably we're going to switch to some more elastic databases for these types of loads that not only our pods are auto-scaling, but also our databases are auto-scaling. But hey, that's something for another time and another talk. I still have 15 minutes left. I can tell about a lot of things, but we also want to leave some room for questions. So if there are any questions, Koen will answer them all. And that's it. No, sorry. Some people are talking stuff to me I don't understand.
Just ask your question.
Slido, guys. Slido. Slido. Yeah, go ahead. On? We don't know yet, because we're still in the business of building the platform. I think where the money-saving part comes in is during what we call the golden season. When there's Sinterklaas and Christmas in a month, we don't want to mess with anything. So we scale out for the worst. And then there's this Friday the 13th, no, not Friday the 13th, Black Friday. That's also a big thing. And Cyber Monday, that's also a big thing. So we keep it scaled out. So we believe the cost-saving part is twofold. One, the Kubernetes control plane is way cheaper than our Mesos Marathon control plane, where we have big masters that needs to do all the synchronization and stuff like that. So we know that at least at night we will save half of our operation, the minimum.
And what I think is also important to mention is that obviously we do this to save money, but the first reason is we want to be online. So the downtime that Kees mentioned, if we are offline for an hour, that is costing very serious money, much more than if we stay skilled out for weeks. So the most important reason for us to do this is that we want to be very sure that we stay online, whatever Miljuska tweets about her new dresses coming up.
Yeah.
We have a bunch of questions, and the first one is, do you use a managed cube?
Yeah, AKS.
Yeah. AWS, so the managed Kubernetes.
AWS, we were already on AWS. Also, we switched for our new environment to managed Kafka. Go at it all the way AWS, yeah.
Okay, we have a bunch of questions, so we still have a bit of time. The next question is, why did you choose Keda over the Prometheus metric server implementation? I would like to know that one.
That's an interesting one. I cannot answer that. I think they are complementary to each other. So what I believe is that we want to use Keda because we also want to scale on Kafka events. So it's more than just Prometheus. The other part is that some of our .NET developers did something really nifty, and they're looking into the actual thread pool and thread pool saturation, and came up with a metric for that, and they're scaling on that. So if you want to support it all, then Keda seemed to be the best thing to use. What happened? Yeah, well...
Let's take the second one, Kees.
No. Why is the website down now? Well, currently, that's why we weren't here at 8:30 in the morning. We did a firewall replacement on premise, and after that firewall replacement, we saw our latency to our back office go like 10-fold higher, and we ran into problems. So we shouldn't be here today on stage, but we should be in the office actually fixing that.
Yeah, I think what is important here is that Wekamp is an old company. I think we are over 70 years old, right?
We are 70 years.
70 years old. We do not have a website for 70 years, but the company exists for a long time. And our technology is, in some places, quite old as well. Meaning that even though we have microsites, microservices, etc. on the front end, there are still some backend systems that run on legacy systems that only a couple of guys in our company still have all the knowledge of. Some of those systems still run on our on-premise, in our on-premise data center. And when we change a firewall, these kind of systems can be interfered as well if things don't work out as well as they should. So even though we have, I think, a very modern front-end website, we still have work to do to make sure that all of our services in the back end are just as modern. I saw one question coming by of someone asking, why do you not ask the developers to optimize their code, their queries, etc.? It's definitely something that we do. Although I do think that we have reached some sort of a stretch on how optimized we can make that. And then, well, at a certain point in time, you just need to scale out further to make sure that you get the results that you need for the website that we run. Our website runs on approximately 150 services, Kees, right?
I think so.
Something like that.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of optimization to do as well if you want to make sure that everything is optimized to be able to support these kind of campaigns. Because basically, I think at least 50% of these services are being requested when a customer buys one of these products.
So another question, why do you scale? Why do you need scaling? Because you still have a CDN in place.
Sorry, come again? Which one is it?
You have a CDN in place. Why is scaling still needed?
Yeah. Well, a CDN is all nice for your JavaScripts and your images and your static content. But whenever a user wants to buy something, that's not really something you can do on the CDN. It's something you could do on the edge with Cloudflare workers or stuff like that, but that's not the application we run. The other thing with the homepage is that we kind of like a personalized homepage. So what we could do is generate all sorts of homepages for everyone and put that on the edge. But that's kind of not what we have. So we could do a lot of things, but at some point you have a website. It is divided into microservices, and then you better scale and scale fast.
Yeah, and I think in some cases the CDN does save us because we have microsites. Not all of the website is down. When Kees showed the 503, doesn't mean that any page in Wekamp wasn't available anymore. It does mean, though, that for the pages, especially those that are personalized and do many backend requests, well, those are in the most heavy storm at those kind of moments.
So, another question. Jeff wants to know why you use Kubernetes and you already have Fargate.
Well, that's the thing. We actually have Fargate. I don't actually know. I think it's because our CI/CD and the way we set things up, it's really easy to ship stuff to Marathon. And when we said, hey, we want to have something new, let's swap only out our container platform. And we tried to move towards Kubernetes, and then we saw, yeah, but we also have these proxies, and these proxies do authentication for us and these gateways, so we need to do some stuff in Istio. And okay, if we're going to do that on Fargate, well, if you calculate all of this together, we said it makes more sense to go Kubernetes. If the whole world actually goes to Kubernetes, then we're okay with that. So I think it's more a choice of convenience and us not wanting to explore all the paths all the way. Because we need to sell a lot of dresses for us to to investigate all the paths. Yeah.
Kees, can you maybe also explain, or maybe Koen, on how the new Muse campaigns now work out?
Well,
if we're still in trouble or not.
no, we're not in trouble. But to me, and I'm an engineer, if you ask me, the engineer, we still cannot say to Miljuska, 10 o'clock, this many, that is what we still haven't defeated. We think we can do it, but boy, do we need to be very, very sure if we go that route again. But there's no problem with Miljuska currently, so that's...
They're real technical guys, but if we... So everything has always, you know, you have glasses half full or half empty. I'm just glad to say that we can now really sell a lot of Miljuska dresses in a campaign, and it's working way better than it used to do. So it's not that bad.
No, it's not bad at all. But then again, as she says...
They sometimes forget that in the end we're selling fashion and living.
The next question. Sorry, what's going on?
I'm choosing which.
Yeah, that's the power you have when you have a mic,
Yeah,
right?
and then there's people trolling. So
We still have 5 minutes of torture left.
we still have 6 minutes. So how did you make sure that the database did not become a bottleneck?
They're not laughing at you. The question is, how many dresses did you buy? And which one was your favorite?
No, the one
and I
with
know,
three-
I do in case your wife is always buying the dresses.
Not going to comment on that today. The question again.
Arjen wants to know where you got that t-shirt.
Oh, the t-shirt. Oh, that's not Weekamp. That's Evert Kwok. Just Evert Kwok. Just Google it. They sell t-shirts. They're awesome. We don't sell them at Weekamp yet. Yeah.
Kees, there's also a question on how many architects we have at Weekamp. Maybe you like to answer.
Ooh, not that many.
0.
Not that many.
But we do have pathfinders, so maybe you can explain
We have
how that
people
works.
that do architecture, but we don't have dedicated architects. And if we need them, we can always fly them in, of course. But we believe that if we have a development platform that can actually help our developers to do stuff in microservices, and we kind of constrain our developers a little bit so that they don't go full Lambda, Fargate, and workers and Kubernetes, but focus on microservices, that they get the job done. And when you have all your logging and metrics, if you have your IDP okay, you're good to go. There are not that many things you would need an architect to tell a developer what to do. I mean, they kind of know themselves.
So
unless they don't,
that
and then they tell
database-
you we need an architect, but then they really need an architect.
That database, how does that database not become a bottleneck?
Yeah, it becomes a bottleneck. No, that's clear. At some point, you cannot handle all the load of the world without something like Aurora or MongoDB that scales really, really well. But the thing is, we have these kinds of campaigns like a few times a year. And I mean, Miljuska, that is just as big as it gets campaign size-wise. I haven't seen something like that. So you cannot use Aurora just that you want to do some campaigns all the same time. It just doesn't make sense for us. Now, we're in the business of acquiring new labels and running that on our same platform. And then we have multiple web shops. Ooh, then it gets nice. Then we can use all those shiny new auto-sizing databases. So that will be something in the future because it will become a bottleneck. And then again, I believe caching is your best friend. You should cache as much as you can. Next question, please.
One more. And they're all tied in the voting. So now there actually is one on top, and it's asking, could you combine schedule-based scaling with dynamic scaling? And that's the last one.
Who knows this answer? I have no clue. I hear yes here. You just need a centralized system, and it's really easy. He does it all the time.
You can ask him right after this.
Yeah, after
but
this.
we can actually discuss that tomorrow in the open spaces.
Yeah, no, I have no clue, sorry.
All right. So,
thank you.
I guess that's it. Yeah, round of applause. Who's tired? You cannot go home yet, because we have a party planned right over there. I need a mic as well. You need a mic as well. I was trying to find out where the mic is. That's why I was
Found
looking
it.
around.
Wasn't far. You want to talk about the party first? Yeah?
Yeah, maybe. You want to talk about a party?
I don't know, maybe. First, I want to talk about the raffle. So maybe you've been to a couple of the sponsors' booths already today, and you got those little stamps on your Stampy card. So you can already hand them over to us when you're leaving the venue later on. There will be a box at the registration desk. There's security there, so nobody will steal your form either. And then you are eligible for one of these wonderful prizes that you see displayed here on the stage. It's weekend soon, so you can do the Lego building during the weekend. Ooh, yeah, woo, the big woo. Yeah, I think so too. If you didn't manage to get all your stamps, you have a full day still tomorrow, so that's good.
So, yeah, you did the raffle.
I talked about the raffle, yes.
You talked about the raffle. The party is over there. I already said that.
There's going to be food, so you don't need to go
there's going to be drinks.
anywhere for food.
The vestiaire is going to stay open till 10 o'clock in here, so you can leave your stuff there. You don't have to bring it over there.
The code of conduct
is still going to be valid. Which means don't take pictures of other people while they're drunk. If you want to publish them, ask them when they're sober.
So that's tomorrow morning at around 11, yeah?
Well, it says 9 here, but...
When they're sober, not when the first talk starts.
Okay, so tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, we expect you back here. Sober.
That doesn't really matter as long as
Thomas,
there's
you're going
warm
home
seats
anyhow, so...
Yeah. Butts and seats, that's all that counts. It's our metric, right?
So, yeah.
That's it for us. We see you at the party, hopefully. Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.